We're back. Well, I'm back. I was away for the weekend. Back in Satisfactory today. And we've got some cleanup projects to do. So this stream, just for those who may be tuning in the far-flung future, is taking place right after the second part of the turbo fuel refinery slash power plant that we just did. So just going to be continuing on from there. This is actually the save file I gave out to people, so I have to pick up stuff again. Because I always try to, oh my god, that's so loud. Why is it so loud? There we go. That should be better. Yeah, I always try to give out the save where we actually have the stuff just in the hub, because you tend to spawn there, right? So if you ever use one of my saves, just check the little personal box that comes built in with it, and you find some equipment for you and everything. So I have a to-do list. This is actually one I made at the end of the video, which is to do cosmetics, extra power storage, not necessarily batteries, because there is batteries in the game, but power storage. Gas filter manufacturing, maybe if we've got time for it. A few little different things I want to do as well in terms of, with all this extra power, I can now like turn on the copper facility, at least a little bit, because it produces cable and quick wire for the parts factory, so it'd be nice to just keep that going in the background. Don't know if I have what I need actually for an Explorer, just to get in a car and start driving around. Let me just leave the parachute here. Just bear with me, and then once we get driving, I'll catch up on the chat and say hi to everybody. So, crystal oscillators, motors, steel pipe, and heavy modular frames. We might have some of that stuff here. Right, so heavy modular frames, motors, crystal oscillators, and steel pipe. Sweet. Got what we need. And I'll just load it up with some biofuel for now. I'll color the car red. Alright, we're on our way. Alright, let me just adjust my chat window. Actually, it's a bit small and there's no music, so bear with me. Why is there no music? Had some set up. Yeah, so some people use Z, optimization with a Z. If you're in America, you use that. If you're in Britain, use an S. So I tend to just Americanize everything for most people. You can't win though, you know. I'll be playing City Skylines and I'll be like, oh, it's a soccer field, and people be like, it's football. Or if I say it's football, they'd be like, that's soccer. So you know, most of my audience is actually, well, 50% of the audience is like American, and then the other 50 is like a division of mostly European countries. So kind of go with what the majority wants, I suppose. Minecraft. Music. There we go. Not satisfactory unless the Minecraft music's on. Hello, lovely. And then Acid's Tech Tip said, dear something. I think he wrote it in Irish. I can't really speak or read Irish, to be honest. So I couldn't help you there. I can't even pronounce the second word. I just recognize it as something Irish. And dia, isn't dia gwitch like good day or something? Like a greeting. Seems like some sort of greeting. Might be good afternoon if I was to guess. Soccer ball, exactly. Where in Ireland are you from? I'm from Dublin, on the Dublin-Meath border, near a town called Balbriggan, in a very small village called the Knoll. But I live in England at the moment. It's hello everyone in Irish. Yeah, so I hate to be a turncoat, but I kind of absolutely detest the Irish language. And to be honest, most things that are Irish. I like the place and the people, but I'm not a fan of like Gaelic football or hurling or drinking or the Irish language. A lot of things I don't like, so. You're from Greystones? If that's the case, I'm guessing you're the one who commented the other day. I responded to your comment saying where I was from as well. I read all my comments. Hey Fred, the shed. Afternoon, Darren, and everyone else. Let's see, what are we doing before I just start driving randomly? Oh yeah, so want to start making the deliveries back to that factory, so we need to turn that one back on. I'm just trying to think, do I need anything to do that? I don't think so. I think you can just go up there and activate it, and we should be good. Alright, let's do that first. So, the copper Caterium factory that's up ahead of me still doesn't have what it needs for continuous functioning. Oh. He'll be fine. He'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, it still doesn't have what it needs for continuous functioning. It doesn't have awesome sync set up, and it doesn't have anywhere for the stuff to go, so it just fills up containers at the moment. So as a result, but we made a temporary little area around the back. Actually, I can drive around to the back. Oh no, I guess I need to be here. Oh yeah. There's a few little things we need to do. So the first thing is there's 2 trucks that are stuck that aren't moving, and I don't know why. They have timers of just like a few minutes, but they're just not moving. They're just they're stuck at their docks. So I need to loosen them and reset their timers, because apparently timers are bugged as well or something, because they're just not moving. So I'll have to look into that. But that's why there's not enough ore here. But we can at least turn on most of what we need. So basically we need refinery block E, F. Oh, and by the way, mentioning all that stuff about Ireland, absolutely don't mind people who are into that kind of thing. It's just that I'm not. You know, I don't begrudge anyone for liking that stuff, obviously. I just thought I should mention that. Anyway, E, F, G, and then we need L, M, and N. Those refineries need to be active. Their corresponding water needs to be active, so that's E and F, G and N, and L and M. So if I can barely remember, I really need to make big signs in here. That's what kind of the walls up here are for. But I think G and N is for the copper sheets. E and F and L and M kind of together do the quick wire and the cable, the AI limiters, all that stuff. Like they'll make the copper ingots that go to those places. So that's the water extractors on for all that. Then we have the copper sheets themselves. These are the S categories, so they all need to be on as well. So this was all powered down because we didn't have the power, but now we have quite a lot, right? We have 28,000 megawatts. Yeah, at least a lot compared to what we had. So we're feeling good. So we can turn all this stuff on now. And we can let the belts go as well, I guess, why not? So the belt lock off. And we have to unlock the belts on this side. I think they're already kind of full, so let that go. Let's let that go. And that one. And then finally, it's the these ones here, the X, Y, and Z. That's the Caterium. So we'll unlock the belts. I think they were full of water anyway when I last checked them. They're full of ingots, actually. They were waiting on copper to be made. They should ramp up just fine. I'm not really worried about it. And if I am, we can always restart it. But yeah, all right, cool. So basically, all of those switches being flicked on means that our refineries are now cooking. These are the copper sheet ones. So they're going to be sending their copper sheets upstairs. They will be receiving ingots coming downstairs. Just takes a bit long to get here. Eventually, that'll ramp up fully as well. Yeah, we're looking good. And the assemblers and everything should be on upstairs. So we can leave this place for a little while. Actually, I need to hop out the other floor. I need to fix the copper trucks. Just 2 of them. Because G and N belts are here and here. And as you can see, there's no copper on those. But there will be when we let the trucks flow. It's just a little weird issue right now. We'll get to it. Alright. Good morning from Michigan. Hello, Alexander. Totally normal Satisfactory, just when trucks are flying around. Of course. Only when you're looking at them, though. Alright. Nice. I get that all the time with the truck timers as well. Yeah. Yeah, oh really? Yeah, see, I'd said in a previous video, I was like, oh, it'd be great if you could, like, make it so that they only leave when they have an empty container, right? And they go pick up stuff when they need to. Which way am I going, actually? Sorry, it's the other way. And people mentioned, it's like, oh, you could set the timer on the truck station, you know, the loading and unloading. But I think, I could be wrong, but it does seem like there's some bug in there. If the timer goes high enough, it's not accurate, or sometimes it just stalls. From observing it, what seems to be happening, because I haven't played enough of it to really know what's going on with this bug, but my guess is it seems that just sometimes the timer breaks. And that seems more likely to happen the longer it is. But I don't know for sure. It could just be something else that's doing it. It could be proximity to other trucks or having multiple on one route. I'm not really sure. Because for the most part, the ones that are all in my big truck station down here, they're all working just fine. There's one outside it that ran out of fuel. That was a truck for the turbo fuel factory. It's a bit separate. Anyway, so the 2 trucks that are stuck should be down here. We'll just let these guys get going again, and they've got enough copper to get those other machines rolling just fine. So I guess I'll hop in, turn on the timers again. This was set to 200 seconds. Just going to set it to something normal, like 15 seconds. And they're both on the same route, so if we can... I'll have to let this guy get out of the way first. He's still loading, though. Alright. I do find hopping in and out of them... Oh, no, that's true, yeah. Getting in and out of a truck resets its timer, so they just start from 0 again and get moving. But, you know, the idea is obviously to automate it, solve all these little issues. I hope they do... You know, I'm getting more and more in the position that with 1.0, I'm expecting a little bit of content, but I'm honestly just hoping they fix a lot of the stuff that's been kind of plaguing the game for a while. Trucks and fluids would be the two things that have a lot of issues with that. I've heard gas has some issues as well, similar. I guess it's because it uses the fluid system. So I'm hoping we get some fixes for these things. Alright, so I'll just set again a normal time on this one, maybe 20 seconds. Want this one to be longer than the other one. And we'll check back in. See if they're moving in the future. They should be. Alright, I have to go in like 30 minutes because I need sleep. I heard that. I didn't sleep very well last night, but I feel okay at the moment. I'm sorry though, you have to go early. How's everybody doing? Did you have a good Easter weekend? Well, I was going to say if you're religious, but, you know, I'm not particularly religious, but still, obviously, as a bank holiday and everything over here, so that's nice. I went home to family for the weekend. It's good catching up. Feel energized getting back. Any mods or settings you use to mitigate crashes? No, I don't use any mods. I've got two, well, I shouldn't say any. I've got two, technically. One is the pack utility mod, which kind of I use to get my cinematics and do some testing when I'm playing the game. But I never save it with the pack utility mod, like having been active. And then the other one is the Sky UI mod. So if we press Control L, we can change the time of day. That's it. I don't really get any crashes in the game, or at least very rarely. Oh, poor Bean. Taken down. But yeah, pretty rare. I'm fairly fortunate. I've got a good PC. Maybe that helps. I don't know if it's performance-based or something. You think a crash would just be a crash. I mean, I guess you can get hardware-related crashes, but I don't get many bugs in the game that are causing crashes, if that's what you mean. So I haven't seen any mods or had any mods to mitigate that. Sorry. I'm struggling with making factories look nice from the outside. Do you plan on making any tutorial videos to help new players myself? I'm going to say no, because I don't think my factories look very good from the outside. You know, I suppose it's all relative. But there are creators out there who make insanely beautiful factories. Mine are largely rectangles with windows. That's it. You know, I've gotten a bit more creative in my previous series with some like slight curves and arches and things. But I found the time and effort that goes into that isn't worth, at least as a YouTuber, the gain. Most people would actually... surprising, I thought people would really like to see that kind of thing. But most people just want to see factories that are big scale and work. But there are some creators, I'm going to blank on some names, but I'll just see if I can bring up the recent videos I've liked. I liked one just yesterday, I think, that popped up in my feed. And it was amazing. Like, it was just amazing what they were doing. And it makes... That's why I say, like, mine don't look very good. I know some people it's just a spaghetti mess, and people say, like, mine are good. That's very nice and everything, but mine look trash compared to, like, others. So we're all in the kind of same boat where we're, like, looking at what other people do. Yeah, I found it. Okay. I'll just throw it on screen just for a minute, because I don't want to... Oh, what just happened there? That was really weird. Sorry, I know you can't see it yet, but something just weird happened with that video. Right. Let's see if I can get this on screen just for a second. There we go. Oh, wrong screen. That's my OBS screen. I've just recently... Yeah, there we go. I had to reconfigure my PC for something. I had a broken fan in it, so I had to replace it. So I must have plugged the monitors into the wrong slots. Anyways, yeah, so the channel is Axial C44. This is a month-old video. Only 6,000 views. But if you want to see things that just look incredible, I mean, look at this. This is Satisfactory. It doesn't even look like it, in my opinion. And, it's a work of art, really. It's the things he's saying. Look at that. He's got like a giant ship floating in the background. Look at this. So I look at things like this and I'm like, damn, like what? Maybe I could take and build on tiny little elements of it, perhaps. There's no way. Like not only would I not have the creative skill to do that anyway, but if I wanted to try and do it, it would take me forever. So I don't have the time, you know. But some of the indoor shots there, that red one in particular, I thought looked really cool. I like the idea of rolling your belts like along the floor, maybe just a meter deep. That looks awesome. Having the lights in behind the piping and stuff, like that's really cool. Very like almost like the Matrix or something. Very almost cyber organic look to it, even though it's not. It's just the way the pipes are done. Some other rooms, not to be a hater, but some of them I'm like, oh, that's pretty basic, pretty plain. Nothing really crazy going on there. But the flat lighting and the way he's used beams and he's made table and chairs and things like that, or she, I don't know who this is, it's really great. So, you know, you're asking me how to do these things. I have no idea, you know. I don't know how to make factories look good, but these people can make things look insane. And I watched his previous one after watching that one because it said it was part 2. And it was like months and months before. So it's like, oh yeah, like you just cannot, there's no one in the world that can do this quickly, I don't think. But anyways. So yeah, go check out that video. Actually, could I grab that again, maybe, and link it, at least in the chat? I'll link his channel in the chat. His channel is Axial C44. And thanks, Rohith P. Kumar. Appreciate the channel membership. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just answering that question about, you know, making factories look good. Do I have any tips? I don't, you know. At least, not like that. All right. So what was I doing? We had just set up the truck routes to deliver in that copper. I'd like to just check the... Oh yeah, well actually I need to head over to my parts factory and just activate some of the copper trucks really quickly. They'll go collect things. That'll keep the parts factory running. I'll pick up some cosmetics and we're going to head up to the turbo fuel plant and then start dressing it up a bit. So that's the plan for today. No worries, Z-Crypt. I would say that's the... if you're just starting out in the game, you know, that's the expert builder level of, you know, factory design. So it's not for everyone to be thrown immediately into the deep end like that, but yeah, it's just still unbelievably impressive in my opinion. The things people are able to accomplish in the game. And by the way, Coffee Stain's stream, I believe, every Tuesday. Actually, they might be streaming now. I don't know. I think they stream every Tuesday. And they often do community showcases where they showcase a lot of people's builds and stuff like that. So that can also be another good source of just creativity in general, and the subreddit as well can also be quite good for that. I'm just activating these green trucks just to force them out to the new Copper Caterium factory. That'll just force roll them out, and they should pick up anything that we've just made because we just set some stuff to be made fresh. And very final thing is, I'm just upstairs, need to configure the amount of computers I make to make actually a little bit less. I like to think I do the interiors fairly well. That'd probably be my best strength with factory aesthetics anyway. Is it this one? Yeah, technically it's only supposed to be 0.17. I had it sped up for a while because I was, you know, trying to force out more computers than we had. Just by dumping tons of material in there myself. Alright. Seeing stuff like this makes me... Sorry. Like this melts my brain thinking about how complex that stuff can be. Yeah, it's so cool, like all the floating cubes you had. It must have taken so long to like position them and then rotate them and then delete the ones that were the anchors and all that stuff. A lot of time goes into that. Yep, Fluxo is someone I've mentioned before. Fluxo was my first introduction to like kind of cosmetic building. Fluxo... One sec. Oh god. Something went against me. Anyways, Fluxo, as well as Stin Archie, was another great creator for that. And then one called Create In. So spelt like create, but without the E on the end, and then I-N. Hang on one sec, I gotta mute the mic and just clear my throat. There we go. Sorry about that. Their stream starts in 40 minutes. Damn, I shouldn't... Yeah, normally I'm supposed to stream on Mondays, or I'd like to, but I was flying yesterday. back from Ireland. You know if it's possible to have a server with friends without having to rely on the host being live to get into the server? You're describing what's called a dedicated server. So they just put a video out about dedicated servers coming for 1.0, I believe. I think. So the Coffee Stain YouTube channel just did a video about that, like their second to last video. And where does Coffee Stain stream? They stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Coffee Stain Studios official, I think it might be. Or if you just search Coffee Stain Studios, it'll come up. Right, so we should see copper rolling on the top belts now. There we go. So we've delivered enough. The other thing I'd like to do, now that I've got that improved kind of lighting setup, and we make crystal oscillators now in the background, we've got loads of them, is finally put some lights in here. I did some, but I ran out of oscillators, so I didn't have that many, ultimately. But if we just have a very quick last little look in here, we should see that all the quick wire has been made now up on the top floor, I think. Yeah, but anyway, to answer the question about multiplayer, I don't play multiplayer really. My plan was to actually host a server and, you know, have it in our Discord for people to join and maybe give priority or something to channel members. I've done that for all the other games I've played, pretty much, if they have multiplayer components. But then with Update 8, they had said it's just not very stable. So I was like, okay, I'll wait till it's more stable. And then they basically said, we're actually just not going to do anything until 1.0. So I just never ran another server. We had one before. So anyway, with 1.0, it seems that you can make dedicated servers. That's what a dedicated server is. It's like a server somewhere else that no one's actually playing, but anyone can go log into. And typically you pay or rent these servers. I don't know how they're going to handle it, or, you know, how that all works. And you can put mods on them, and seemingly from the description of what they're talking about, you can do a lot with them, including having like very special, you could tie it into like basically code injection to sort of build your own sites that track like a bunch of things off of it and stuff. So you could have like a site that displays all the information of like what everything makes in that world, all that kind of stuff. Like you could get really involved with it if you had people who knew how. So I think, anyway, long story short, I think the future is bright for that kind of thing, but I don't really know much about it, and it's only just been announced, so yeah, I'm not sure about right now. Yeah, so when are the trains coming? So I'll probably talk to you guys about this, like what are we going to do next? So the next thing I have to do is unlock trains, which I've got everything for. We could do it right now, but I want to save it for a video. So yeah, unlocking trains, and then I have to decide, like, well, okay, what do I need a train for right now? And what's going to be coming in the next few factories. So something I want to set up is plastic and rubber production. With all this extra power that we've just made. So there's oil out on these little islands out here. A lot of big open flat space, a lot of water. Often good for a power plant, but it could just be great for plastic and rubber, basically, as well. So I'll probably use it for that, make some kind of big production area over there for that. And I suppose, possibly, I'll be shipping the plastic and rubber if the volume's high enough by train somewhere. The other thing we need to make then is, so basically where I'm at in the game now is there's one milestone left where we currently are, and then after that it's the next space elevator phase, and for that we need modular engines which require rubber, motors, smart plating. We also need, so what are the other ones? Damn, I can barely remember. Automated wiring, I think, possibly, and then versatile frameworks. You need 2,500 of those. So there's a recipe where we can add some rubber into it. So that's what I was thinking, like, the things that are probably my biggest bottleneck right now is steel is quite low volume for me in this world. It's like 20 per minute or something in total. So plastic, rubber, steel, and a motor factory is probably what I'd like to do before completing the space elevator phase. Do I need trains for any of that stuff? I don't think so, to be completely honest. So as fun as trains are, and I want to get to them, it's just I just don't think I need it yet. So yeah, but I don't know. We'll definitely be unlocking it in the next episode anyway, just to get the milestone out of the way. And there'll be a train station built into this factory. Anyway, the reason I just came in here was just to show people the volume of everything moving now. Everything seems to be working, so that's good. It won't be ramping up to full strength until we get the Tier 5 belts or Mark 5 belts. But for now, we're looking pretty good, I think. So that should keep cable and quick wire rolling and AI limiters so that those trucks we just sent out can go pick them up regularly now. And that should keep all of our stuff in the parts factory going. So I'm going to head over to the parts factory, make a pickup, go out to the new Turbofuel location, and we'll start working on some cosmetics and things. Hey, Scuba. Modular engines have been in the game before Update 7. Yeah. You must have seen it before, because you need it for Space Elevator Phase 2, I think. Where did I leave my car? Oh, yeah. Hey, Noah Wool. Thank you very much for the channel membership. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. By the way, we're at like a record number of channel members, so I really do appreciate it. Trying my best to get videos out to you guys early and stuff. I know people just do it to support, but also I'd want to make sure everyone gets what they subscribe for. Waiting for the next episode. When it'll be, I don't know. Probably not till next week, to like Tuesday next week. Yeah, not for a while. I was away all weekend. Not that it's your problem, but that's why I'm streaming today. I didn't want people to go without a video on Tuesday of some sort, so decided to do some in-between stuff in Satisfactory, and then next Tuesday will be the full proper video. But I really don't, like, people ask me, oh, what are you going to do, like, and they're talking about things that are hundreds of, like, 100 hours later than where I am now. You know, to do with nuclear power or drones. I'm like, guys, I haven't even built my first train yet. I just set up power. Now I'm going to start thinking about what I'm going to use it for. So maybe some people are really forward thinking, but I'm not. I'm not flying by the seat of my pants, but I'm looking a couple steps ahead, and the next few steps I just said yeah, I think plastic and rubber, probably the next thing. A dual oil refinery type facility. But then it'll be, steel production right now I feel like is really insufficient for what we will need it for. So something like a heavier steel plant out in the desert or something might be quite cool. And then as the distances get further and further, it makes more and more sense to use things like trains and stuff like that for long haul freight. But that means I have to make a transport hub. Actually, is there anything in there? No. This one? Nope. What's that supposed to be? High-speed connectors. Oh, yeah. Fine. There, that machine's turned off for now. Oscillators. This is what we need for cosmetics, lights, and things. Don't think I need any motors. Is it full? No, just let them keep building up. And stators. I do need some for stators. I want to make more power storage. 168 stators. So I actually have a blueprint for power storage. This one. Need 250 for... damn. Oh, we might have some actually up there. So I might just see if I can grab those materials needed for that, and then just pick up some silica, concrete, that kind of thing, and then bring it up north, and we should be good to go. Excuse me again. Jamie Cal, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Always gifting in these streams. That's gone to Spaghetti P, Funky Rude Dude, Glenn, Stephen Harley, Duck Barrel, Rodney, Wootervert, Barden, Casper Larson, Gizmo Pone, and Mike Code. Oh no, it didn't go to Mike Code, but Mike Code is a member, and he said, talking about the hub, I was thinking that the parts factory could be turned into the hub for grassy fields. Oh yeah, no, totally. I had mentioned that before. That is going to be a transport hub. That is a temporary low volume factory that was literally just built so I could build the Turbofuel factory. That's why it makes what it does. It's just stuff that could kind of come together for generators, right? I needed computers and heavy modular frames, and with so many things, I thought high-speed connectors would be good for extra wiring, that kind of thing. Supercomputers if I needed a smart programmable splitter. So that's why it does what it does, but that building will just be pretty much transformed into a new transport hub, and I've been kind of configuring how that's going to work. But it's going to take some time playing around with trains and designs to figure out exactly what I want to do with it, but I'm working on that now. Right, so concrete was the other thing I needed, just really quickly. There's some here. Thanks again, Jamie Cal. Appreciate that. For those who don't know, he's dropped many a gift in the chat, so I do appreciate the support. That be enough? Maybe just a little bit more. We need some iron plates and some silica. Things Darren, much love and respect from ZA. Where is ZA? I apologize, I don't know that. ZA. The only thing the country I can think of with Z is like Zimbabwe or something. And hello, Sai. God damn, sorry. Something went against my throat earlier and now I'm just coughing. Alright, so some iron plates are going to be used for... need a lot of railing. Oh yeah! There's also a hard drive that only needs stators, so we just picked up some, so I might get those. Bring them with me. Don't need tickets or anything, do I? Let's see, what else? I need some steel for grip metal flooring. So even just cosmetics, I need that. There's the silica. I'll just take that. I think that'll be it then. We'll just go with all this. I did need iron rods, actually, thinking about it. So maybe I could leave some of the concrete behind. And we'll take some iron rods with me, and that'll be it. We'll make our way up now. ZA, South Africa, Zambia? Nice. DA is South Africa. The more you know. I was actually talking with a friend of mine. So when I went over to Ireland just recently, my friend Killian, he's traveled the world over the last few years with him and his girlfriend, kind of gone backpacking and stuff, and he went all through Africa and, well, no, I shouldn't say all through Africa, but he went to Africa in multiple places, and then he went to like different parts of Asia, so I think the Philippines and like China and I don't know, loads of places. I don't really keep up or even know all the places he's been. But something we were just talking about is what places I'd like to go, and South Africa was one that kept coming up. I thought it'd be cool to visit. Other ones were Thailand and also Buenos Aires. He shouted out in particular. Alright, so the parts factory should have the... Oh no, sorry, the iron factory will have the iron rods I need. Oh, and there's one little error in this factory that I need to fix as well while we're here. It's all these like tiny little errors I need to fix around the map, but it'll be fine. Speaking of, are those... Yeah, so those trucks aren't stuck down there anymore, so that's good. That seems to be fixed. So which one is the... These guys need signs. That's the iron rods there. We'll pick those up. Is there anything in the back of the car, actually? Probably not. Could load something in here. Tell you what, I'll pop the... Yeah, just give me the rest of these iron rods. And then we'll just pick up some some iron plates here. Is the ISO 3166 country code for South Africa, right? Okay, yeah, didn't know that. Come to India too. India was another one, actually. Not to boil the country down to its food, but I love Indian food. So I was like, yeah, man, I'll be super into that. And he went there and he was like, I was always worried about like being sick. Because you hear like, I don't know, it just depends where you go, I guess. You can get like what they call Delhi belly, where, yeah, tourists just often have upset stomachs going there. But he said he was fine, so that instilled a little bit more confidence in me. But I'd love to go. My dad's been to India, and he's huge into Indian food and everything. And but yeah, I'd love to go. I'm a big fan of Carl Pilkington, and I've watched Idiot Abroad many times, and that's like the best touchstone I have to actually what it would probably be like in some places of India. But yeah, I think it'd be awesome to go. But to be honest, I'm not really actually planning on going anywhere. I'm saving, if anything, for a house if I can ever afford one. So, not really planning any major trips. But it's just one of those things like, oh, these are a few places I'd like to go, you know? No, I don't really plan to use road lights. I had, originally, all these roads had street lights built into them. I just didn't think they looked very good. So I ended up getting rid of it. It was mostly all the wires and just the amount of them that looked bad to me. It's like the radius of a streetlight is very small when it's raised up here. You'd have to raise it really high to get like a big coverage. So it kind of turned me off using them. But what I do plan on doing is actually building up like those kind of signs that you see sort of like in America on highways. You see like these kind of big billboard signs that let you know like where different factories or different turns are and things like that. So I'd like to do something like that. The different names for that travel symptom are funny. Over here it's Montezuma's Revenge. If you travel to Mexico. Interesting. Yeah, I see. I think as well, Delhi in particular is known for like loads of street food. And at least when I watched An Idiot Abroad, you know, Carl is walking around and people are like sitting right where they're cooking with bare feet and stuff. So it you know, just didn't seem like the most hygienic. So possibly like eating from those types of places could lead to maybe upset stomachs. My friend Killian was like, yeah, we tried to go to more clean looking places. Still cheap and like basically street food, but just the ones that looked just a little bit cleaner. And I guess he avoided it. So I assume it's the... I would assume it's the hygiene, not necessarily like the food or the spices or anything themselves. But, you know, it can happen anywhere. I actually went to Ireland this weekend and I was telling people I completely got food poisoning. I went to a ramen bar and it was so good. I would actually still go back. But yeah, I was pretty devastated that night, let's say. Totally forgot to pick up... Well, I didn't forget. I have no more room. But wire, modular frames, and cable. Sorry, I was distracted. Don't have to go that way. You need to go left. Oh, it's funny you say Switzerland as well. I just saw it's like an Instagram reel showing off the landscapes of Switzerland. It looks beautiful. Honestly, I'd be open to go anywhere, you know. I pretty much. I'd say the places I'm least interested in are places that are extremely hot. Like, to the extreme. Like, I'm interested in history and stuff, but I'm a little bit, but I'm not really like someone who's like, I want to go to Egypt. People I've known who've been there just say it's like, you know, excruciatingly hot and quite cramped and lots of people. So things like that. I'm not like a massive person who loves to travel, basically, but yeah, certain places, I don't know. Well, I guess it all depends. I don't want to dismiss anything because it just always sounds rude. It's like, yeah, I don't want to go there. It sounds hot, you know. It's like, well, I'm sure there's more to it than that, you know. But like generally speaking, I guess, list of priorities, Switzerland would be up there in the top, maybe top 10 places I'd like to go. Right, anyways. So this is the turbo fuel factory that I just built in the previous video. It seems like everything is running fine, except for one thing. I'm a little bit worried that maybe compacted coal, my rate for it was slightly too low than it needs to be. Because I've noticed that these end refineries aren't filling up with compacted coal the way they should be. I mean, they kind of are, but it's taking much longer than I ever expected. So I'm going to temporarily set this one here on each row to 100% and just let them get through. Just produce a little overproduced compact coal just for a little bit. And then reset the rate back down and see does it still run balanced. Because it should. I'm pretty sure mathematically, like, we produce enough. But I think there might be one decimal place in it where there's something falling a bit short. The machines have never turned off. But I just feel like they're not filling up. Excuse me again. Correctly. So just want to test that theory out and let those ones just overproduce for a little while. And yeah, let's check these fluid buffers and see are they doing okay. That one's quite low, but that was kind of supposed to be low. Or not supposed to be. I knew that was low. These ones should be like half full if I've done it correctly. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that seems better. Alright, and then this one. Yep, same situation. And this one. Good. Wow, that's got even more than I kind of thought. That's good. Yeah. Alright, things seem okay then. Alright. What would be my top one places I'd like to go now? Japan. Yeah. Tokyo. Never been. I'm not really a weeb. Or into like... not that there's anything wrong with it, but just I'm not like your traditional gamer weeb guy. But I do, and because I don't really have this, I find that a lot of games media, and I suppose people that grew up with Nintendo and Sega have this like crazy obsession with Japan, and people who like manga and anime and stuff, and that's fine. I don't really want to go for any of that. I just think it looks beautiful, and just the culture shock of being in a place that has completely different. You can't like how people speak and how, at least to some degree, how people act, and the scale of people, like the biggest city in the world. I think that'd be just quite impressive to go to. So probably if I could go anywhere, just one more place, it'd probably be Japan, just for how different it is. I've never really been anywhere that's like quite different. Most of the places I've been to are very basically like Western in terms of their culture. Right, so we have to do some cosmetics for this place. I'm just trying to think, where should we begin? I don't want to take forever. I'm going to start slamming down walls and windows and then just, shape them after the fact, but we could start with a little truck area here. Wonder, should it come out as far as this area to be in line with this? I think so. I think that would make sense. We'll bring the... Whoop. Didn't mean to fall there. Bring the wall straight out from, like, along the side here. And then we need to decide where some towers are going to go for us to get up and down, actually. Yeah, but I think we'll start on... Actually, maybe I'll do the tower placement first. See where would be a good spot. There's nothing directly down here. So even on the corner here might be a good spot for one. I could feed over to the oil. Yeah, I don't see why not. It says you're coming in, it would make sense. Alright, so we'll do that. So my towers are always 3x3. Even just do something like this for now. Get some height, and then we can start using the blueprints to place them down. When am I getting the next stage? So all I'm doing today is cosmetics and decorations and stuff like that. A few little touch-ups here or there where things are not running as efficiently as they should. In terms of progression, the next thing to do is unlock trains, which is super easy. We basically have everything. And then I need to set up factories for plastic, rubber, possibly steel, because I have one for steel, but it's very low volume. And then automate making everything needed for the next elevator phase, which is modular engines, adaptive control units, and versatile frameworks. So I need to automate those three things. So I'm going to start automating space elevator parts, because we don't make any actually at the moment. That's the plan. So still a bit of a ways to go for certain things, but it'll position us so that as soon as that's done, then we can like straight away get into aluminum production and things like that without having to wait for other things to be made. So should we use glass on the side? I think so. Facing out that direction. Yeah. I don't see why not. I'll have to clear these containers though. I've decided to build this one directly over containers. But that'll take a little while, so I'll try to just place other towers as well in the meantime. So that's going to be one. We'll get up and down with that. And a staircase of some sort. The other one, I'll start thinking about where the floor plans will go for the awesome sink room, which is just over in this corner, but it's quite obstructed by these like pillars and things. The way of getting up and down to the water level and the pump room, maybe here? Although that thing is kind of in the way though, there. This is the awesome sink room then, and then we've got our power storage. Could push it back and be a bit further out. Let's just see if it would kind of fit here. And is it blocked? Yeah, let's see. So that'd be one there, 2, 3. Yeah, it's a bit too close. Because it comes up quite a bit, these towers, so... Excuse me again, sorry I'm clearing my throat and coughing a bit. You watch F1? No, I don't watch any sports or anything like that. I just play games. Hello, Matan. What country am I from? From Ireland. Are you living in a fairly quiet neighborhood that makes you want to go to Tokyo? No, not really. I don't want to live in Tokyo, I just want to see it. And I know what you mean. Often people who live, like, very rural want to go live in cities when they get older. And it's totally the opposite for the opposite, right? It's like if people live in cities, they often crave wanting to go live in the country and stuff. Not for everyone. Not for everyone, but that is a big thing for people. I did grow up in a really rural area, just surrounded by fields, like as far as you could see, for like 16 years of my life, pretty much. And then I lived, actually really for 18. But then when I went to college, I lived in a town. I wonder, should I push that water in? No, I wouldn't want to do that after I've told people where to build it. Just trying to think where to put this. So this might be a little bit of a weird one, but this one will just go a bit further out. So a bit of a walkway, and then a stairwell here. But at the moment, no, I live between two towns, but in a big housing development. It's big enough. That walkway is 3 across. That's only 2. Not that it matters, but yeah, that's gonna have to go further back, even further. Right. All right, start with that. Cool. Want to go to Australia? Not really. I've got nothing. Well, actually, I do have one massive thing against it, which is I'm terrified of spiders. But other than that, Australia seems cool. Seems fine. I'd rather go somewhere like New Zealand for the views and things. Australia, I'm sure, for like stuff on the coasts could be quite fun. My cousins live in Australia, but I don't know. It's a long. I just feel like it's a long flight for not that much difference from where I am now. But, you know, I've never been. I love your videos. Never been able to watch one of your lives before. Hello, Demidrotite. Demidrodite. Is that it? Demidrotite? Something like that. My own fuel power plant needs 375 fully overclocked fuel generators. I don't want to place them. Yeah, so something people ask me a lot about this place was, you know, so we take in, for people who don't know or haven't seen the video, there are 3 oil nodes here. 2 normal and 1 pure. So it's a total of 1,200 oil, crude oil. And a lot of people were like, you know, if you use the heavy oil recipe, this one? Can't remember which one it is. But they're saying if you use the heavy oil recipe and then like package it and then unpackage it or something like that, I can't quite remember. You can double the amount that you make now if you wanted to make turbo fuel. And I was aware of it. You know, I when I'm looking these, I'm not always aware of everything, to be fair. But with this one, you know, I did research on the wiki and looked at all the recipes and everything you could do with turbo fuel and oil, crude oil. But I determined that you'd need something like 200 packagers and twice as many fuel generators. And it's true, you'd get more out of it. But there's one big problem. Well, not a big problem, but I felt if anyone's following along this series and for where I am in the game, I actually didn't have that recipe unlocked in-game. I actually just found it while I was recording the second part to the episode in a hard drive. So 1, I didn't have the recipe. 2, I barely had enough materials to get these generators done because I make a very low amount of computers and heavy modular frames. So it would have taken so long to actually build a place in terms of waiting around. And then the space, you know, for doing all the packagers and all the logistics. I kind of wanted it to be a relatively simple factory because, you know, there's a lot of people who are playing along and this is the first time playing along, and I'd said this is our first oil facility. So for your first oil, it's still a little bit more complicated than how simple it could have been because we're refining into turbo fuel. But I thought, like, yeah, we'll just keep it, like, you know, pretty straightforward. It's just going to be like 50, 60 refineries and what is it? Something like 130 generators. Still a lot, but at least it's not like kill myself a lot, you know? So yeah, so in the future, we'll either, I don't know if I'll come back to this one, but there's other oil deposits we'll tap first, where I'll build probably the heavy oil version, and then in the far-flung future, we'll use blenders to make the ultimate efficient power plant. But that's like, you gotta walk before you can run type thing, you know? At least that's how I feel about it. Right, so that's 2 of our towers done. And this area here is probably just gonna go for extra power storage, I think. I'll just build this out. Times 3 actually, so that works out quite well. Alright, cool. Happy Easter. Hello, Michael. Good morning, good afternoon. Are you going to have venting for my gas generators? This time around, no. Yeah, it's not really needed. So, the reason I have the floors called ventilation for other factories is also because you run around those floors and you can actually interact with the machines on the floor above just by touching on the chimneys. So it's kind of, there's 2 reasons for it. That's why I often call the floor either ventilation or maintenance, because you do interact with the machines a little bit to check things. But for this place now, I'll probably just have a ceiling as high as 10 walls up, and that'll probably be it. Just enclose it all in a big box. We could try to build in something that looks like ventilation into the walls or something. I used to do that. You could put hypertubes. If you power a hypertube entrance, I don't even know where it is. Transport, there it is. If you power a hypertube entrance, you know, you can see it sucking in air. And I used to use that as like a makeshift ventilation kind of thing. So you just pop a few of them in a wall in a row, and it would look like the place is like sucking the air out of it. Just, I don't know, because I'm crazy, I guess. Just thought it'd be kind of cool to look at. Right, so we've got 2 of our stairwells in place. I think the way I'm going to do the cosmetics for this is just going to be a lot of walkways. We're going to be walking above everything. Almost everything. And it seems like this would be a good spot then for another sort of tower. What's below here? There's forest. That's where you get down to the other floor. Trying to think where a good spot to place it would be. Might just have to be somewhere like here. Alright, let's be basic. Oh yeah, we should go off and get that hard drive actually. Have some surprise mechanics for us on the stream to keep us interested. I'm just getting into the different fuel types. Is there a reason for turbo fuel over regular fuel in power generators? Yeah, so if you watch my last 2 videos, I explain a little bit about that and why we're doing turbo fuel. You know, well, like, what's the reason? Ultimately, the reason is that it burns slower, so it goes further. So in this generator here, turbo fuel burns at 4.5 per minute, I think. Although it says 9 per minute here. That's not true though, right? Oh, sorry, we're overclocked. That one's overclocked. Almost all of them are not overclocked. So yeah, 4.5 per minute is what we use. Whereas regular fuel, I can't remember the number, but it's like 2 or 3 times that. So if you can turn your fuel into turbo fuel or, you know, something else, you basically, well, really just turbo fuel. It is, yeah, so basically there's regular fuel, which is orange. Let's just say orange fuel. There's liquid biofuel, and then there's turbo fuel. Those are the 3 fuel types that can go into generators. Orange regular fuel and liquid biofuel burn at the same rate. So they're 1-to-1 with each other in a generator. Turbo fuel burns slower. So Frozen Hero said regular fuel is 12 per minute. There you go. And that sounds about right, because it's not quite 3 times, I remember. But it's almost. But yeah, turbo fuel burns at 4.5 per minute. So it doesn't make the generator give you more power. It just sits in the generator longer. So if you can do a refinement process to turn your fuel into turbo fuel, you know, you'll get way more power out of it. You can effectively add more generators because of it. And in unless you've done something catastrophically wrong, there's almost no situation where the process of refining into turbo fuel would outweigh the benefit of the extra generators you get, if you know what I mean. Because that was a worry of mine for some certain things. I was like, well, if I'm going to add 100 refineries and packagers and stuff to make this diluted heavy fuel or whatever, is that just going to outweigh all the power I get out of it? The answer is no. I can't really find a situation where that would be the case, but it was worth kind of thinking about, I think, in the first place. Right, do I have cable on me right now? No. I just need to get a bit of cable. We're going to head out to a hard drive and just unlock it really quickly. Oh, you are joking. Don't have any cable with me. I must have some in this. Yeah, there we go. Alright. I'll take the upstairs Explorer. Now, the fuel situation is different when it comes to what's in your jetpack. They behave quite differently in the jetpack. So the orange fuel is just like a standard kind of burn or whatever. Liquid biofuel burns the slowest in your jetpack. Turbo fuel gives you the most acceleration in the jetpack. So there's some differences there. But when it comes to the generators, it's fairly straightforward. 2 of them are the same. Turbo fuel burns slower. That's basically the difference. Why do you have to be live when I have to work? But at least I get to watch the VOD when I get home at 9 tonight. Oof. 9 o'clock tonight. That's some late... Those are some late hours. Although that said, I stayed up till 5 a.m. getting that last video done, so, you know. Can you please explain again where to place valve for pipes? Always getting problems with liquid flowing. Yeah, I can do that in a second. When we get back to base, I'll explain how the fluid works in that place and what you need to do to keep it running efficiently. Sorry about that. It's probably quite loud. Ooh, batteries. This just needs 1 stator and 20 megawatts of power. Damn. I need to get wire. Ugh. No wire here. Oh well, gotta make a run back for wire then. Don't have any. Hey Santosh, thanks very much. Have I ever played Dyson Sphere Program? Yeah, I played it the day it came out into early access. Loved it. Thought it was great. Yeah, I only played it a little bit. I played it for like a week. I thought it was great. I just didn't have, you know, don't have the time to play multiple factory games really. It's too much. I thought it was cool, but like I do prefer something like this personally. Even though I love the sci-fi setting. Yeah, that's true. I was offered I forgot about that, but you're right. I was offered a sponsorship when they had that big update coming out. I just didn't have the time. I was like, I can't do it. I wouldn't have the time. Just takes. I mean, I could obviously sit down and just play any game, but I'd like to do. If I was doing a video, I'd want to be knowledgeable about what I was doing and playing. And I just told them like, for that type of game, I just don't have the time. I didn't even say like, you got to give me like more money or something. I was just like, I just don't have the time. I need to keep my current series going. So with that in mind, it doesn't, you'd have to just, they would have to just randomly offered me some crazy amount, which would be stupid of them to do. And I wasn't about to ask them for that stupid amount to make that, just because of my schedule, you know. You get enough wires. No, not cable, wire. I needed wire to actually place the pole. Wire and cable are different. So I couldn't stretch the cable across the entire thing. So if I wanted to build a power pole, I needed wire. Copper wire. Beat Phase 4 yesterday as a duo. We watched a lot of your videos. Nice. Shout out. That sounds good. That's when the game gets real serious. That's when you enter mid to end game, I would say. Damn it, what am I doing? Damn, didn't leave myself any room. What can we get rid of? End cable. Do I have a MAM here? Yes. Alright, hard drive's in. That's done. We'll mark this as completed. So if we come back, we know we've done it. Alright. Ooh, doorbell. But yeah, we could just leave that then for about 10 minutes. Or we have to, I guess. And yeah, see what the result is. Did I not bring my car over here? Or did that other car just hit my car and knock it down or something? Yeah, I think he did. Is that it there? Oh, it just fell off the end of the road. Oh, goddamn. He must have driven over it. Could have been worse. Almost went off the cliff. I'd like to just pick it up and drive with it, but I don't have any material to pick it up. Yeah. Ah, 5 oscillators is fine, whatever. Okay. Loved the big head at Mini Beans yesterday. Yeah, I wasn't here for it. I didn't get to see it. I was flying in from Ireland. I went away for the... So I live in England, and my family and everyone I know basically live in Ireland, and so I went home for the weekend. It was also my mom's birthday, which happened to fall on Easter Sunday. So it was really nice. Loved going home and everything, but yeah, I missed the little April Fool's thing. I didn't really understand it at first, but then I was like, oh yeah, it must be April Fool's, I guess. They never did that before, I don't think. They didn't do it last year. I don't think so, anyway. Alright. Cool. Okay, so that's on the go in the background. We built some of our first towers. I guess next thing is just to start building walls and stuff. I'm just going to connect this over with walls. I think for this factory, metal walls would be the way to go. I don't want to spend forever on it. I don't really care how it looks, to be honest, this one, because it's just a power facility. I'm just never going to come back here. Whereas regular factories, you kind of come and get stuff from them. Sometimes, anyway. Right, so metal wall. If I could just get a general design, I guess I could blueprint. Nah, I don't even need to do that. Alright. Bring this out a bunch, and then we'll carve windows into it to make it look a bit better. So I'd said that we're going to go up to a height of 10. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Right. And that's going to be a gateway kind of thing as you come in, right? Suppose it could be from here. That'll be the idea anyway. But it'll probably just be pillars and a big entrance. So just for now, I'll do... just to let me know where that's going to be. Don't want to block any trucks right now, but something like that. Oh, employee of the plant in the Golden Cup has been enjoyed. We tried it a year earlier, but burned out during the process. All right. Employee of the plant. What's that? Are you talking about the statues? I can never remember what those are called. I've actually never... I've got 100 tickets. We could probably redeem one of them at the moment. Your City Skylines 2 series was great and watched each and every episode. Thanks, Santosh. Yeah, when I go back home, some of my family and friends say that they actually watch my videos, which is interesting. They always say that they watch City Skylines. Nobody watches Satisfactory. And the same with Anno. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Did that. What's next? So what's next is in April. There's going to be Frostpunk 2 has a demo in April. I'm looking forward to. And then Manor Lords is coming into early access in April. So those two will be different things that will be on the channel later in the month. Can the Pioneer be crushed by a truck? Yes, they can. Not crushed, but you can be knocked over. But you just get back up. Not a big deal. It's phase 4 completion. Got it. Yeah. The furthest I've gotten to the game is radio control units. I was pretty close to nuclear, but I just never quite got there. Tell you what, we need to just do more walls down, then I'll subdivide how many spaces there are, and then we can put in windows and things. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, just want to bring it all the way to there. Alright, so let's count. Well, I don't even really need to count, I just need to do this. So, make big windows. Now these ones will be aiming into the little tunnel as we drive in, actually, which is kind of strange. So that's a gap of 3. Okay. So we could have a giant one. 6. Feels like that'd be a bit too big, so maybe just 2. Or we could just do gaps of 2 in general, actually. It might work out better. Actually quite similar to how I did my first ever oil plant in the game. I just did these big 2-width panels. Right. We don't actually make silica automated anymore, but we can always just makeshift some if we need more. How much silica is that? 18? That's not too bad. I do have a container full of it, actually, so it should be good for a while. It would be kind of cool to color this place like red and black or something, kind of how I've done the machines. Could have like red stripes or something going through it, possibly. Just trying to get an idea for the look and feel of it real quick. And then some like bigger lights and things. Now this one is weird because this will actually be partially inside because there's going to be a tunnel kind of as you drive in. Well, it doesn't have to be. We could leave this road on the outside, thinking about it. Don't know. Don't know. That looks kind of cool. Alright. Will the coal plant still run? Yeah, the coal. I mean, right now this place provides 22,000. The coal plant provides 6,000, and when it's upgraded, when we get Mark III miners, it'll make 12,000. So it's still at the current stage in the game provides a decent amount, you know. Especially since the copper Caterium factory I have consumes almost all of everything we make now. Still keeping my fingers crossed that interest stays high enough in the series to get new. Yeah, I hope so too. How many hours do you have in this save? 241. I'm enjoying playing this game, but I have no desire to get to the end game. Having to design factories that complex just doesn't seem worth it for me. Yeah, there's actually something I want to talk about in the future, in the next video. I haven't really thought about it too much, but I saw on Reddit, on the Satisfactory Reddit, someone actually posted that they were watching my videos, and that this factory kind of turned them off a bit, because they were like, there's so much repetition, having to deliver things back and forth so many times, and that's what they said. They were like, oh, he didn't show it, but he must have made multiple trips to deliver all the stuff up here. And it's true, I did, for the most part. Just to fill these containers, I loaded up. Well, actually, I did mention that I had a truck do it for me. So back at base, what I would do is, I had a sort of a, not a central storage, but you've seen where we started the stream, right? Which is just down by the iron factory. There's a bunch of containers. And there's a truck station there as well, next to the hub. And I loaded up a truck with like everything I would want to send up here. And then that's just what I did. I just kept filling containers full of stuff like all the time. So it cut down my trips a lot. But other people responded to that person saying like, you know, this factory isn't even that big compared to what people do. But what you could do is, if you're looking for concrete and iron, those are quite easy to set up. So what often people do, and maybe I'll try to get better at being in the habit of doing this, is on site, find your nearest limestone deposit, find your nearest iron deposit, and just set up like a really easy, quick, blueprinted sort of iron factory that makes plates and a concrete production line, you know? And that way, maybe that would cut down on a lot of your journey time, because that's the stuff you need the most just for building out all the foundations, I guess. And then the more specialized things like heavy modular frames, computers, you could carry all that in one trip. So maybe I'll try to at least encourage people, like there's a way to do it without being so repetitive, because I didn't really mind, but I think also the idea of putting down 150 generators was, you know, not enticing to that person, and then the idea of like just so much repetition, and almost everyone in the comments are just like, yeah, that's kind of the game. You know, especially when you get to the middle or the end, you will be doing the same thing over and over again, but it's you know, if you don't enjoy doing that, then you probably just don't enjoy the game. Obviously, there's a payoff in having everything working and running, but a big part of it is the time investment of what you're doing up to that point, I think. And that's why it's hard to argue to ever do anything cosmetic, because it just takes so long, and that really doesn't have a purpose. Other than just, yeah, just how it looks, generally speaking. Something just nice to look back on. Alright, so this is every 2. 2 and then a gap of 1. I don't know if this will work out. Oh, it does. I mean, of course it works out, because I planned it totally. Thanks to my genius. Yep, just another big rectangle with windows, I guess, but at least it's something. At least it's not just open air. But we'll put some lights in there, try to dress it up a little bit. I feel like lights on the outside can also look really, really nice. Not that I have to do this now, because I'll just paint it gray and then I can put the red in later. Alright, cool. So that'll be one of our tower entrances there. We'll do that a bit later. How's the volume, by the way, when I'm down by those machines? Do I need to turn it down a bit? Once trains are up, you can automate it like you did with trucks. It's easier in my opinion. Yeah, because the volume is much higher, but I mean, I guess just the idea of drawing out the... I suppose with blueprints you can bring the train tracks where you want them to go quite nicely. Yeah, that's true enough. Blueprinted an auto sorter has... as I make trips, I just grab a load, drop it off, and everything will be organized in 5 to 10 minutes. Nice. That must be huge, though. Depending on... Unless you know that it's just going to be one of 10 things or something. Volume's good? Okay, good. That's good. Alright, let's just continue this down. That'll be a little entrance into that stairwell. Now, can we even go up to 10 here? Apparently so. Oh, no, we can't. We're clipping through about there. Could do something with that, I guess. Try and tuck it in. Let me just stand maybe up here. Yeah, thanks. I was just worried just standing down by the machines they're a little loud or something, but sounds good. If I've missed any chat or anything you want to, and you felt like I ignored your message, just write it again. I probably just didn't see it. Oh yeah, did that MAM finish yet? Probably has, right? Hard drive. Feels like it should be done by now. I knew that would happen. Because of the gap that we created there. That'll be one. Just trying to find a middle point for this. Now we've got a panel on either side. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's alright. We'll just come down with this. It'll just be a double wall in the middle. That's okay. I'll need some sort of roof on top. Alright, see what hard drive we got. Haha! Turbo heavy fuel, there it is. That's the thing people were asking me to get. And I was saying I didn't even have the heavy fuel recipe. Or heavy oil recipe, I should say. That's quite funny. So we could have an alternate for just polymer resin. Quickwire cable. Using quickwire and rubber to produce cable. No. Not after the factory we've just built kind of does that. So, I mean... Yeah, I guess we'll just go with this. I mean, I'm not changing this factory now, but the next one I build, the next power factory facility will probably use this. And then the one after that will probably use blenders by the time we get to them. We're nowhere near getting blenders now, and the cost of them with fused frames and stuff is too much. Turbo Heavy is not good? That Turbo Heavy one is worse off? Oh, okay, maybe I have the one people were talking about. I can't remember specifically which one it was, but... Many people have went into the comments, and whatever it was, you know, the wiki kind of states which one is the best in order. And it's something to do with heavy fuel. Like, sorry, heavy oil. And you put it into a packager, and then you unpack it after you mix it with water or something like that. Something like that. Like diluted heavy fuel or something. Can't remember. I just knew that when I saw the amount of packagers that was needed, I was like, no, it's not happening. not today. Now the entrance is probably actually going to be raised because we're not walking around on this bit. This will be walkways for the most part. That's the thing I kind of need to figure out. Alright, let's just paint it gray. Diluted. Well, there's two. So the thing I can't remember, this is why I'm getting confused in my head. If you use it's like blended diluted fuel, right? The turbo, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I guess it ultimately doesn't matter, but yeah. I have like 5 notebooks. It's definitely written down in one of them, because I did math it out, and I was just like, yeah, it's too much. Just waiting for the autosave. Actually, while it's doing the autosave, I could look it up. Just so I do get it right. So Satisfactory wiki. Turbo fuel. Yeah, so this is actually the old wiki, but different recipes for turbo fuel. We're just using the standard one. Turbo heavy fuel and turbo blend fuel. Right, gotcha. Yeah. That's the one, right? Well, that's in a blender, though. There's no way I'd be ever doing that now. This still gives you more, though, for the same amount. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one. Turbo heavy fuel, no? Like, it's true that there's this one, but there was no chance of doing blenders. Think of everything that would need to be done. All the space elevator parts, all the milestones that lead up to it, making fused frames, like, this just not happening. That one. I feel like that was just never an option. But this was. I thought this does produce, like, it produces 30 per minute. The question is, how much does it take in, I suppose? It is twice as much compact coal, but not twice as much turbo fuel out. But either way, so heavy oil residue would be 37.5. And you make that based on the other recipe I just picked up, which is heavy oil. Sorry, this one. Yeah, so I just picked up the recipe just before this, right, for heavy oil 30, and you get 40 out. The 30 in, 40 out. Isn't that good? Because regular fuel would be, how much do you put in? 60 in, 40 out. But I feel like that's the one we're talking about. Turbo heavy fuel is 1-to-1 for sulfur? You mean turbo blend fuel? Turbo heavy fuel is the worst sulfur rate. What's the big deal with that? I guess because sulfur is somewhat rare. See, I've never made it to the end game, so I've never really used sulfur for things. I never made sulfuric acid. I've never made that. So I suppose that's something I never considered. But I guess I'm just a bit confused because this takes in the same amount. This is 22 and 22. Oh, that's petroleum coke. Sorry, not coal. I was going to say, it could have just been... So compact to coal, that would be 30 sulfur in and 30 coal in. I'm more thinking less about the sulfur and just the direct amount of oil that you get out of it. City Skylines 2. You just said that. That's not what we're playing today. The alternate that make the difference is for regular fuel, diluted packaged fuel. Yeah, I know, but you're talking about too far down the line, aren't you, with diluted packaged fuel? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because nothing's going to change. And I'm sorry that I don't have the info. I really should have looked it up before I started talking about it because it's difficult because people in chat can get names wrong and I can misinterpret it, which I think I'm doing anyway. Because I know there's diluted packaged fuel and there's blended diluted fuel, right? So I do know that there's 2 different types. But it was always going to be a turbo fuel factory, and just a lot of people wrote in the comments that there's a better turbo fuel. But there's no way that I thought they were talking about blenders. I thought they were talking about the heavy version. I'm pretty sure they were. At least the comments. And that was the version I looked into. The heavy one was the one I looked into because it was the only other thing I could actually do without going to the blender stage, I guess. Hopefully that somewhat makes sense. So, forgetting about the blender stage, I thought there was only really one more efficient recipe than the one I'm using, which was the heavy one. But maybe just using regular fuel, not turbo fuel diluted, is what you're saying is better at the current stage. Which, that could be fair enough. I need a pie hole setup. I don't know what that is. Don't worry, I have no idea what's going on. It's alright, yeah. That's a great name, by the way. Captain Obesity. And a great profile pic. Alright, anyways. With that out of the way, let's just continue doing it at these walls. Just gonna bring this all the way down. And we'll just carve into them every two, creating windows the whole way through. And then we'll start doing our walkways and railing. These will be the battery rooms. There's a SAM ore node somewhere in that cave there, actually, I think, behind the waterfall. Or near it. Oh boy. Gonna hit a wall. This could be a good spot for a tower, actually. And get up and down to some of the coal that we make comes from up there. Oh, it's actually to the left. Yeah, coal extractor too. You need less machines in turbo heavy since you skip the fuel part, but you get less turbo fuel for the amount of oil and sulfur you input. Okay. Hope I didn't miss too much. Got my pancakes and ooh, nice. Sounds like a good breakfast or lunch. Can you turn diluted fuel into turbo fuel? If yes, it would be more efficient. That's the thing I always think. You always get more if you turn it into turbo fuel, right? So isn't turbo fuel just always the best at the end? That's the thing I don't know. But when I've heard about like blended diluted fuel, that still just gives you fuel at the end. But if it gives you the most fuel, couldn't you then turn it into turbo fuel? Wouldn't that be even better? I feel like, isn't turbo fuel always the best thing to turn things into at the end of the chain? Because it burns the slowest. But yeah, I did have a good trip. Thanks, Steven. Piehole is an ad blocker for your internal network. No more ads on web pages. Oh, but why do you think I need that, though? I still don't get it. I need an ad blocker? Oh, because of that website? No. Yeah, I mean, each to their own. I just don't really believe in ad blockers. I just don't use the website if you don't like it, kind of thing. I'm a weirdo. I don't pirate or do anything I shouldn't do. And I've just always been that way. Honestly, it's just because I'm too lazy. What? 3, 4. Like, I'll just pay to remove ads if I can, and if I can't, I don't really use the internet that much, to be honest. Like, obviously I use it a lot, but I use the same few websites over and over. I have YouTube Premium, I just don't see any ads, and you actually give more to creators when you use YouTube Premium, so it's pretty good. I've had it since, like, 2016 or something. It used to be called YouTube Red when I first got it. I have Twitter Blue on my What Darren Plays account, which gets less ads. I don't really use Twitter that much, but I use it on that account a little bit. But yeah, other than that, I use Reddit quite a bit. I don't really find the ads intrusive there. But I agree, if you get pop-up ads and malware and stuff, I understand why people use these things, but I just don't really browse the internet that much. Like, I went home, my family were like, oh, I was telling them about some movies I'd seen recently, and they were like, oh, is it on 123 Movies or something? And I was like, I don't know what that is. And it's some website where you could just download it, and they showed me it went on it, and the amount of ads that were just popping up constantly, I was just like, I don't know, can you just pay like the $5 or whatever to get the movie? Like, I don't see what the big deal is, but whatever, man. By age to their own. Adblock and Premium are must-haves for me. I mean, YouTube Premium is the most essential thing that from my browsing experience, I would say these days. And over time, Premium has just subsumed everything else I do. Like I've cancelled Netflix and I've cancelled Amazon, Disney, or whatever else. They've all been cancelled at various times. Sometimes I'll re-up them for certain things, but for the most part, they stay cancelled. But YouTube Premium, never let it go. I'm constantly watching YouTube. And now I've actually started, since I got a car recently, it's where I've actually started to listen to music and stuff. I never really listened to music before I had a car. I just always listened to podcasts. And I pay for the podcasts I listen to. I get them ad free. I just can't really be bothered putting up with ads, but I don't really like the idea of using ad block, so I'll just either not use those sites or pay to remove it if I actually use these sites. I'm trying to think, do I need anything else? The metal plates? No, that's okay. Trying to take a little bit of shape. Yeah, YouTube's the best. Because I remember thinking back in like 2016, I was like, man, this is so expensive. But it is worth it, especially if you're an iPhone user. You know, I know a lot of people. See, I've told people about YouTube Premium. They're like, you could just use Brave. You can get everything ad free there, and you can download your videos that way, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm happy to do it in the legit way. I know it's a big megacorp and everything, but I don't know. I just feel better about first of all the convenience, and then it is all about convenience, right? So whatever just works. It's like this works on my smart TV. I don't have to do any tricks. I don't need a USB or anything. It just works. It's great. Works on my PlayStation. It works on my iPhone. You know, I don't have to download anything else. It's perfect. I'll pay the $15 for the convenience of having it everywhere. Now, obviously, everyone's different. At a certain point, if it was like $100, I'd be like, okay, really have to think about it then. But I honestly think I would just put up with the ads then. I don't think I would pirate it, but I don't know. I'm not here to morally grandstand or anything. I think you should just do whatever is most convenient for you, to be honest. Right. Anyway, those websites are like minefields. One wrong click and here comes the malware. Yeah, maybe I'll what's the word? Can't think of the word, but it's where you like I'm like tempting fate or whatever. But I haven't had a virus on my computer in like 10 years, so I don't know what people are doing. I don't even have I just have whatever the built-in Windows Defender thing is. Never had any problems. I've never, you know, touch wood as well. Never been hacked or anything like that. I don't know what people are doing out there, but I don't really use... I seemingly just do not use the internet the way other people do, because people... It's just so crazy to me. I guess I'm just not on it very much, because people say, like, things are, like, so negative and stuff like that. Like, you can't avoid negativity and everything, and a lot of people would have said that my review channel was extremely negative. I didn't think it was, but I browse Twitter. I don't see like unhinged stuff. Like, I don't know what people see out there, but people have described the internet in ways where I'm just like, are we even on the same platform? Like, what are we doing? I find things to be pretty good. But, like, you know, I don't go to torrent sites, or I don't go to the weird websites. That wiki is probably like the most out there in terms of like websites I go to. Like, oh, it's like not one of the big main megacorp conglomerates that like have pretty controlled ad spaces and stuff. Like, honestly, I'm trying to think, like, what site do I really use that's like out there in terms of, is there anything that you wouldn't just think is like at the top 10 websites in the world, really? Probably not. Yeah, I just don't think so. I'm pretty boring that way. Maybe sometimes I look up guides for games. Yeah, and you can get like pretty intrusive ads there. But yeah, other than that though, I'm pretty happy with the state of the internet, I guess, even though a lot of people seem to be very unhappy with it. Anyway, this has kind of become a weird conversation. Sold for uses: weaponry, compact coal, turbo fuel, batteries, sulfuric acid, nuclear power, and waste processing. Yeah, I've never done any of the nuclear stuff. Never made batteries either. I had drones, but I used to just manually craft batteries. I just didn't have time. I was in the process of building a supercomputer factory in that previous series before it ended. Maybe for the other side, I might actually just make a quick blueprint then, because this seems to be fitting nicely. I wasn't sure if it would. That's why I did it more manually. But now that we've got the format, I feel like that would avoid me having to paint the whole thing as well. Oh, it's okay. I'm the one who's terrible. I'll just pick whatever anyone... Sorry, I'm responding to Chris. He said, sorry for the weird conversation starter. No, it's okay. I'm a terrible streamer. I'll just like pick up on one thing, and then just run with it for a while, and I'm like, I don't even know why I'm talking about this, you know? That's just me. Don't worry about it. It's your job to kind of say different random things, and for me to kind of pick out things that I think would be interesting to talk about, I guess. Anyway, what's up, Darren? With 1.0 on the horizon, do you expect to start a new world again or continue working off of this one? It depends really on the severity of changes. If they don't change that much, which I'm kind of not hoping. I guess not hoping. Hoping's the wrong word. I don't think they'll change that much, but they will be introducing new content. My thought would be that it would be a lot of new content in the mid to late game, not in the early game. And I somewhat feel like that's confirmed to me by the fact that they've just said that they're rebalancing the later tiers, and they said that very little has changed at the earlier tiers. That to me tells you that there's no new resource or something that you're going to need in the early tiers, because it would probably feed into some chain somewhere that would be affected. And they've kind of said like the early tiers are pretty safe. So because of that, I'm a little bit more like, yeah, this will be pretty much fine. The only thing I can think that could be outdated at this point would be you can automate your biomass, right? To some degree. You still have to go collect it, but you can feed it into biofuel burners automatically. So that's nice, but I don't think I need to do over the entire video or series, the first 20 episodes so far because of that, you know? Excuse me, anyway. Oh, God. Alright, yeah, so the wall had to come down a bit. How tall is it here? Damn it. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's supposed to be up to 10. Sorry, I have to go up higher. It came down just because part of it has to come down for the terrain. What is the Switch release? The Switch release of this game? This game on Nintendo Switch? I don't think that's ever going to happen. Maybe on the Switch too. Oh, and by the way, if that's a reference to the... I didn't see their April Fool's video, by the way, so sorry if it's a reference to that. Alright, there we go. Good. They made it, yeah, I just haven't seen it because I was flying yesterday. I only got in, my flight was delayed. I only got in like late last night, and I just didn't end up watching it yet. Not to be a spoil sport, but I'm not a fan of the April Fool's things anymore. Not from them, but just from everywhere. It's like, okay, whatever, you know, whatever, man. I'm like just so cynical. It was like novel in the first couple of years that it happened, but now it's just like, okay, whatever. I just can't believe anything then. And it's like more about if they can do something funny, and I just don't find it that funny. But I haven't seen it. Maybe it is really good. I'm just terribly cynical. It's horrible. I'm doing the same thing, trying to keep my feet on the ground, but considering how massive Update 8 changes were, I am intrigued about what will happen in 1.0. Yeah, so again, because I'm cynical, you know, I just don't expect that much. And also the fact that they say, like, not even all the bugs will be fixed. I'm just like, well, Is this really going to be... Like, it's 1.0, so that sounds like a big deal. But really, it's probably just going to be as big as any one update, I would imagine. So, a couple new machines, maybe something to do with the SAM ore resource or whatever. They'll have a little story in there. I imagine very small. Like the kind of thing where it's like a little bit of voiceover when you pass certain tiers. Like, you know, the game's still going to be the same. I don't know. Yeah, I would just... If you just go in with low expectations, then you can't be disappointed. And I know that's a very cynical view of things, because some people like take enjoyment from that excitement in the first place, but I don't. I've been burned, emotionally burned, from games that I love too often to ever care anymore. Like what about that kind of thing. So until it's real and I'm playing it, I don't get excited for anything. It's just the way I am. Oh yeah, sorry, I said we blueprint it, right? Do we have what we need for a blueprint designer? Modular frames and steel. Okay, I'll go out and get that, and then we can just blueprint the rest of these walls and make it go a bit quicker. It's worked out very nicely just doing gaps of 2. It's just managed to fit almost all the way around. Yeah, so I'm not trying to say it's not going to be good or anything. I'm just saying, for me, expectations are in check. I'm expecting it to be like... Consider my expectations to be for update 9. I think 1.0 in my head will be what people would expect for like something like an update 9. Not necessarily like, oh my god, 1.0 game's going to be like getting all this new content. All the issues are going to be fixed. Fluid's going to be reworked. Trucks are going to be working perfectly. You know, there's going to be all this new stuff to progress through. I'm like, I don't know. You know, I'm more like, no, I think it's going to be kind of like update 9, where some of the end tiers are going to be now fleshed out. There'll be a conclusion when you finish the game. Obviously, you can keep going though. You'll have a use for a new resource, so inherently some new stuff goes along with that. It's going to be buggy. You know, there's definitely going to be bugs, and that's kind of my expectation. You know, maybe some new materials in terms of content as well, like materials and wall types and things like that, but that's it. I don't expect new vehicles. I don't expect underwater. I don't expect flying in the air. And, you know, all this kind of stuff. One thing I think would be awesome is if they give you first-person driving, though. I feel like stuff like that actually might happen. But anyway, shows you where my priorities are. I needed modular frames, regular modular frames. They are. Also needed steel. Me hate trucks, darn. You've made me hate trucks. I used to be indifferent. Now I hate them. I find it's a skill issue. I think most people who hate trucks just, for some reason, can't drive very well in the game or something. Because mine are pretty well behaved and they don't really have any problems, you know? And I give up my save file, I show people how to use them and stuff, and people are still like, no, I hate trucks. But why? I think they're great. I think that, you know, they are visually glitchy. But I think it's a really great way of moving stuff around, personally. I find them fun. Vehicles and players are in the way. There we go. I might have a blueprint that's exactly like this, actually, thinking about it, but we go all the way up to 10. Can't do 10. Really? Hey, and that even goes outside the designer itself. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. But yeah, that makes sense. It goes up to 32, doesn't it? 32 by 32. Alright. Chop off the top, that's fine. We need 2 windows. And how did I do the color? 2. Okay, it's just 2s all around. Yeah, alright. My main issue with them is the interface to deal with the routes is borderline unusable. You can't edit paths. You can't even rename the routes. Well, if you just drive well, you don't need to edit the path. And if you name it well, you don't need to rename it. So, skill issue. We talked about places, Internet, CS, Satisfactory, Adblock until now. This is better than a college class, yeah. Wait until we talk about space. People have joked about how long I can go on for about existentialism and determinism, the infinite universe, and mass and gravity, and bore everyone to death with things that I think are weird and interesting. But anyways, so this is going to be Turbo Fuel Factory Wall segment. Okay, so that's the bottom. Now we have to do the top. Oh, I'm an idiot. Don't need to do that. Oh boy. Have you read The Three-Body Problem? No, I vaguely know what it is, though. I know everyone's talking about it now because of that Netflix show. I was actually somewhat loosely aware, and I still am, loosely aware about what the three-body problem is. I don't really understand why it's necessarily an actual problem. I guess because it's just debated, I suppose, it becomes a problem, but I don't find it that interesting. Maybe I don't have the right understanding of it or something, but to do with the three inner planets and their orbits, right, and how basically, given like something like a couple millimeters of difference, they can actually collide. But in like 4 billion years or something like that. Something like that. Top. Looking for it. Thoughts on modded Satisfactory? Looking to start a new world with some, even though I never finished my last one. My thoughts are that I would wait until 1.0 because all mods are going to break, and that's one of the reasons I don't play modded at the moment. We don't know when 1.0 is, so you could be waiting 3-4 months or something, but it just feels like I wouldn't want to put so much time into a world where you're not sure if those will get updated or not. Unless you use very popular and very frequently updated mods, like Satisfactory Plus and things would be something I would consider, but yeah. If you haven't finished the game, I don't know if mods would really do it for you. I'm probably just a bit of OCD. I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to game design as well, because I studied it and I just think it's interesting. So I kind of want to finish the game vanilla before I ever then go in and throw on mods. That's just me though. But I would worry about the nature of someone who didn't finish the game, then adding mods. Typically add more complexity to the game. Now mods that reduce your time, like quality of life mods, that can help you build faster, totally go for that. But content mods, I don't know if that's really worth it or not until you actually beat the game. That's just my thoughts on it. Talking about parallel universes and string theory. Yeah. Well, I don't want to go off on like some random tangent with that, but that is interesting. But like string theory and parallel universes and stuff is interesting, and it's an but I kind of think it's more just a like a logical fallacy than it's something that's actually substantial. But certainly the interesting way to bridge the gap between the, I guess, the idea of like unified gravity theory at the quantum level and the I don't know what they call like the normal level, like the macro level. Because yeah, so some people kind of debate whether or not it's really scientific, because you can't really actually do any proper testing with it. It's more, but they're trying, but it's more like a philosophical exercise than it is anything else. So yeah, I don't know, bit of a weird one. So I kind of glaze over when people start talking about like infinite universes and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's, I mean, that's as possible as like simulation theory and stuff, you know? It's like, sure, but without any real concrete evidence for it, it's kind of difficult. It's like it's just a hypothesis, you know, as is a lot of things, I guess, but it seems like a very improbable one. And I'm totally happy with the idea of being comfortable with things that you're uncomfortable with, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, it's not like I reject it just because it sounds out there or it diminishes our universe or something. It's not that at all. It's just that the evidence for it seems really lacking. And people have devoted a lot of time to trying to figure it out, and they're not really any closer than they were like 30 years ago, really. But I wouldn't outright completely dismiss it, but yeah, it's just something that I pay less attention to and know less about because of my inherent light disinterest to it. Someone suggests a good sci-fi book to read. I'm reading one at the moment, Starship Troopers, which a lot of people would have seen the film, or the films, and stuff like that. But, sorry, hang on. So the book, Starship Troopers, isn't anything like the film. It's not a parody or a whatever, like a tongue-in-cheek satire or commentary on freedom or anything like that. It's dead serious, at least from what I've read so far. I've only read the first three chapters, but it is super serious so far, and it's awesome. Yeah, I won't spoil anything, but the first chapter, just a little bit about it, is basically from the soldier's perspective in the future about being loaded into like a spaceship and then fired down onto a planet, sort of like a bullet in a gun. And from their perspective, they're kind of like being literally like loaded like bullets into these capsules, and they're waiting. And the guy's in his thing like trembling, freaking out about what's gonna happen. He's in this capsule. It's pitch black. He knows he's about to go down to like this war, and he has like this raid operation to do. And he's like, oh, despite like the hypnotherapy and despite all this stuff, like I'm not supposed to be scared, but I am. And it's I don't know, I just find it really interesting. A great opening to a book anyway. So I recommend that. But I'm only in the first 3 chapters. I don't really read very often. Every time I do read something, I'm like, books are amazing, and then I just never read them. Right. Alright, once I get in the habit of placing one of these down, we'll be a bit quicker. So that'll be one there, right? And we just need to blueprint this down sideways. Why? Why not? Why do you want to do that? Don't understand why it's not latching on properly there. Okay, that's strange. Whole point of blueprinting was to kind of make this go faster. Alright, let's try it again. I don't understand why it's not working from the side. I never really had that problem. I've done many walls before, and you can always just look at it from the side and it'll just connect on. Any idea what I'm doing wrong there? And I've never seen that before. It just wants to be placed on the same thing. I'm not holding control. Tapping control now, clicking it, just to see if any difference. Now if I switch to top segment, that's fine. At least that saves a tiny bit of time. This doesn't save really any time if I have to just place it like this all the time. Maybe I should have done it with the foundations in place so the foundations could snap on. God, these generators are loud. Try higher up. Yeah, these were made with blueprints, so I'm worried about like clipping into them and then we can't see, so I'm trying to stand forward. No. That's why I tried to get distance out here. Oh. That kind of worked. Wasn't bouncing around the place. There's a spot somewhere there where it is kind of doing it. But yeah, oh well, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way for now. At least we can put the tops on a little bit easier. We'll just do 4 and then work down from the other side just in case it doesn't line up very well. Anyway, the direction of the arrow mean anything? No, not really. That's they added that as a reference point for you to know if your belts and stuff are facing the right direction, so you can go into the designer and build it from the perspective of the arrow going forward. The arrow is aligned with the little computer that's in the thing. Blueprint designer. Will it work here? Nope. It's still faster this way overall, especially when we put those tops on. Just makes everything a bit quicker, but it's not as quick as it could be, or it normally is, because I have these other blueprints. We did the whole copper Caterium factory with its walls. Just by they were individual segments, though. It was 1 rather than 3. That's so strange. I wonder if it's something to do with the fact that it's a window. Let me just pop that down there. Yeah, I don't know. It just wants to snap onto the exact same location. Also, I'm out of steel, so I have to go get more anyway. Anyway, let's see. What did I miss regarding that stuff? Hey, Michael. Dorian. Dorian? We were talking about that other recipe earlier. Are the worlds on the experimental version available on 1.0? Apparently not, actually. Apparently not, from what they said in the video. But I don't know if that's true or not. But Coffee Stain, they said they aren't. I don't know why they would do that, though. The female voice, the last voice you hear before you're shot out of the ship. Yeah, that's cool. The female pilots. Yeah. And just the fact that they're fighting a different race. So they're fighting the skinnies. What are my views on Dune? I've never read the book or anything. My girlfriend has. I saw the first... I actually read the first half of the book twice. I'm terrible at, like, sticking with things. I try to be much, much better, but especially when it comes to books, I'm particularly bad. Even though I love them when I do read them, but it's hard to read when you have other things, like, that could take your attention. So I typically read when I'm on holiday, and if I come back from a holiday before I'm done reading, I often don't finish it. So that's what happened there. But, yeah, I think it's super interesting. I love it. I like the first film. In terms of the newest films, I never saw the old ones. I'm super into the first one. I thought the second one wasn't as good. I won't spoil anything in case people haven't seen it, so don't worry about that. But yeah, I love the first film. I particularly like it in films when it's like the world building is just really immersive. So there's a scene in the first film where, you know, a spice harvester breaks down and a worm is coming for it. And just the logistics, which is funny, I guess, but the logistics of, like, off-world production, super interesting to me. It's like, that's so cool that it's, like, really well thought out. It's like they have all these systems in place for if it goes wrong, how these other ships have to come in and pick them up when worms are detected, but the thing that comes in to pick it up is malfunctioning, and then they're freaking out and they're trying to extract the people, and it's like, this is so flippin' cool. Like, a similar thing is actually that new Avatar film. They're basically whale hunting, and they have all these unique machines to kind of kill these unique marine life. So to get these whales, they have some sort of submarine thing that can basically shoot darts, or what would you call them? Big spears that go into these, like, whales' fins. But the whales will try to swim lower. So what they do is they blow up these, like, air, almost like armbands, right? These, like, air things underneath them, and it forces them to the surface so that they can kind of, like, wrap ropes around them and tie them down. I'm like, this is just so cool. I feel bad for them and everything, but I'm like, it's just so cool. This is all, like, thought out and how it's, like, done, and people make their livings off of this kind of thing. And it's the same with, like, The Expanse and stuff. It's like the people mining on series and stuff. I just love all that. So Dune for me is, I'm not as interested really in the war or politics, even though so many people are. I'm more just interested in the world building and, like, yeah, what is it? It's quite interesting, just generally speaking, especially when you see AI going the way it is now. And you can imagine, like, okay, in 50 years, let's say 100 years, let's say 1,000 years, will people make anything anymore in terms of like traditional art the way we think of it now? Like, why would you if it can all just be made on prompts? And it's sort of like their world sort of reflects that, in my opinion. It's very minimalist, and they've rejected AI because there was like rebellions and stuff. So it's like the arts and that type of culture has sort of died out because none of it matters anymore. Because you could just, I assume, with advanced technology, like, it just doesn't matter. Games won't matter. Anyone will be able to dream up their own game. Anyone will be able to make a nuclear bomb. Like, thinking of like futurist technology, like when you start thinking thousands of years in the future, it's like, yeah, like, I can't imagine what anything will be like then. Sorry, I needed to get more of this. I should have popped it into my thing here. Gotten rid of some of the other blueprints that I don't need, which is that. Iron plates and more silica. Sorry, just making another run for this. I get distracted talking about these things. Anyway, what have I done so far in this stream? Well, we've put walls all around this place. We built some towers. We went out to the copper Caterium plant and activated it. I fixed a few problems I was having with some trucks. We unlocked a hard drive. And we got a new recipe. That's pretty much it so far. I saw the second one in 4DX, but the water sprayers were broken. It would spray air directly into your ear. Oh god, no, I've never done anything like that or gone to any of those things. Did you know you could use Satisfactory Calculator to change a bunch of machines? Yes, I read my comments, so I saw your comment about that. Yeah, I just don't do that. I don't use any mods, and I don't go off the game onto a website to do things. Primarily because it's a kind of guide / build along series. So there's two reasons. One is you'll be surprised how many people won't do that. A lot of people, once you start telling them like, just go to this website and like do this thing, and I have to like show how to do that on the website if they want to know how. That's a massive turn off for people who are just trying to play a game. For a lot of people. People who are really into this game, it's not as big of a deal. Because they'll buy, you know, after you've played it for like 50 hours or whatever, you're probably more comfortable with doing that. A lot of people do get turned off by that kind of thing. And people filter into episodes randomly, so not everyone has watched all the previous ones. Some people might have just wanted to see how to tap oil. And then you start telling them like how to, you know, go to this website or just get this mod and makes your life easier. It's just one little mod, you know. But it's like, yeah, well, they have to download a launcher to get it. It's like this extra thing. Not everyone's like that. I don't know the percentages of people that are or aren't, but I just try to keep things as pure as possible so that it stands the test of time. The mod never breaks, the website never goes down. You can always just work how I tell you to, because that's just the way the game works, you know. But it's true. When 1.0 comes out, I'll probably start using mods because they'll be less likely to be broken. And you know, I'll mention a lot of the quality of life ones and things I think are good. So harpoon is the word I was thinking of. Yeah, Steve, you got it. It's a giant water spear. So yeah, that's just my reasoning. But it's great that people point those things out. I just don't want people to feel bad when I don't use that stuff when they recommend it to me. That's purely the reason. Because I've seen it before on previous series I've done. It'd be a normal playthrough, normal series, and I'll introduce just a couple of little quality of life mods, and then straight away people are like, I'm out. Like totally just, they're out. And they'll say it. And I've had to ask people with City Skylines, because that's such a modded game. Are people comfortable with me using mods? And most people there have said only if it's just quality of life stuff. Nothing like too dramatic, like to do with content. But that's not a guide series. That's me just playing the game anyway. What am I looking for? Sorry, iron plates. Do I have any with me? Yeah. And silica. Might be out of silica. This might be the last bit I have up here. I have no way of getting in now. Oh, a doorway. Just wanted to, no, yeah, totally. I appreciate you mentioning it, because there are things like that that I wouldn't have really thought about or known about. People told me that before with mass dismantling on Satisfactory Calculator, which is super helpful. I haven't used it this series, but for my own knowledge, that's good to know, like that kind of thing. Now, part of this factory actually might get extended out this way because downstairs we're going to be making things. We need to make gas filters, and I need somewhere to pick them up. It seems like a truck station on the other side of this area here would probably be ideal. Alright, so we're left with a double window in the middle. I think that's the middle anyway. Okay, now we just put the little top bits on, and then that's our wall perimeter done, upstairs anyway. No crates left behind. Nope. And we'll do the walkways next. Might be a bit more interesting. I'm just going to turn down the volume of fuel generators because they're so loud. Great feature that you can do that. Individual things. Right, so we have to use this blueprint, and these should snap, right? But I'm standing inside a blueprint now, so I might have to just hop over to the other side of the wall or something for a sec. Alright, cool. I haven't forgotten it, but there's a segment down there that needs to be done still. Nice. Oh boy. Right, let's just go finish that gap that's missing down there and paint the other side that's also missing a few things. Yeah, those settings are really good. It's a shame that you always want more, but not everything is in there, which is so annoying. It's like, oh, you've almost got everything, but not quite everything has been tagged, I guess, to fit into these categories. Actually, I'll tell you what, we'll do grey first everywhere to make it easier, and then just paint the red in. Start putting some of the lighting in. Gives us more of an immediate feedback to stuff that looks good, so maybe we'll do that next. Just to put the roof on top and then carve out holes for our special little lights. Make it look quite nice. I want some red lighting in here and some catwalks. I actually have a new blueprint with a catwalk with kind of red lights on it. That could look quite good. It'll be nice as well when the patterns are free in terms of color cartridges and stuff. Look forward to those going. Never did really feel right in the game, I think. Custom swatches would be nice, like actual multiple custom swatches would be godsend. Alright, leave it like that for just for now. How do you manage to think big? Because I always plan big-ish and struggle midway. Let me just read some of the chats first. Thanks, Lord Death. I am doing good. I'm feeling great. A nice little recharge over Easter. How do you slide? Hey, you run, you press C to crouch or slide while you're running. Stuff has been turned down next time I played. Yeah. Yeah, I love the Minecraft music. It fits very well. Yep, as mentioned by Gizmopone, blueprints are unlocked at tier 4, one of the milestones in there. Would be cool if you press right click and it would paint the colors reversed. I've said that before, like either that or just even having just like, you know, click a button and it just flips the two, you know. But yeah, I agree. Right click would be nice. Would be even better. To slide, hold shift and oh yeah, read that. Can we expect Timberborn game in your playlist? No. I did a video on it as part of a sponsorship actually. I really liked the game. It just didn't view that well. So is what it is. Maybe when 1.0 comes out I could try it. I was telling people, just for those who don't know, what I'll be playing later this month is Manor Lords, which is a medieval city builder, and Frostpunk 2. Those are two games I'm looking forward to at the moment. I can't really have more than one factory game on the go. It's just too involved for me anyway. Right, so next thing then will be just doing the roof. And will the roof be two different types? No, it doesn't really need to be. Just needs to be concrete. So in that case, a 2-meter concrete foundation is all I need the whole way across. This one. Right. I'm gonna go over to that corner and start paving this out, and then we can put the lights in over the machines. That seems good. It seems lined up. All right. Oh no. I have to get rid of that tree as well. Watch this fit completely perfectly down there. Yeah? Just gonna fit right into that corner. It's gonna be no overlap. It's gonna be perfect. What did I tell you? Sometimes you just have to believe it'll happen. I'm obsessed with Tectonica right now. I actually did a sponsored video for that as well. I also really like that game. The terraforming aspect's really cool. Scratching the Satisfactory itch till 1.0. You know the price of Manor Lords? No. Oh yeah, delete blueprint. When that used to happen, you couldn't delete it. Oh my god. So devastating. I'm out of concrete. I have to get a bit more. Will we maybe look for another hard drive while we're doing some of these more repetitive tasks? Also, always nice to have a bit of surprise mechanics behind the scenes. I'll just quickly open up Satisfactory Calculator, see is there one nearby that I can get. So we are up here somewhere. That's the oil. I think I have that one. Oh, this power needed 25 megawatts on the other side of the lake. Do I have that? I have that one. I don't think I have whatever that one is. Oh, it's in the river. No? Don't have it. Alright, yeah, we can just drag some power out to that one. We can go grab that one. Of what I need to drag power, I have wire, concrete, cable? I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to get the whole way with this. Oh no, probably, yeah. Probably will. Actually, drag power out from the bottom. I find it really laggy in this area, by the way, so sorry for the kind of stutters. My PC seems to stutter a lot in this kind of biome, or at least when you're entering into it. So let's see. How close are we to it? Somewhere around here. Of the object scanner. Oh, I don't have the thing where you can scan for hard drives yet. somewhere over this way. Oh, there it is. Oh, all right. Where's the other one? There was another one here, I thought. No? Just the one? Oh, maybe he fell off. Alright, modular frames. We have some screws, some wire. Oh. Circuit boards. Alright, good. Just mark that as done. And set up a little mount. Get that going in the background. Alright, back to work. Oh, it's so laggy here. Oh. Alright, cool. There we go. Anyway, do you think they'll add something to automate growing shrubs for automated biomass? No, I don't think they will. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Asher. Did you get the one right below the top right corner of the power plant? There's this one? Anything that has these little briefcase symbols on, or storage container symbols, those are the ones I've gotten. You could run there, build a biomass generator, and connect there one on the spot. Oh yeah, I always forget to do that. Always forget to do that. That's like the most common thing I forget. That and the fact that you could just pop things into a MAM on the spot and then wait. I used to always forget that as well. Alright, anyway, what we're looking for now is just a little bit of concrete. We're going to do out the whole roof. I'll just try to fill up my inventory with concrete. This music is bagging. I'm assuming banging. Oh yeah, it's great. Any more concrete for me? There's 500 in there, 600 in there. Nearly running on empty. 1,000 there. Alright, we'll just use what I have and then I'll make a run for concrete. Go for a little drive. Been a while. I really need to move these containers so I can make a tower with actual stairs so I can actually get up and down properly. There was more in the actual truck stop, was there? Okay. Oh. Yeah, I thought I delivered like 20,000 up here, but... Right, so on this one, what I'll do is I'll carve out a couple of holes in this roof and put those new lights in. Because they take up 2-meter foundation, so that's why I'm using this as a roof. That should look quite cool, I think. Make it red. We'll have to just edit it in the Blueprint Designer real quickly to change the color before we put it down. Thanks for the subs, by the way, appreciate it, and thanks for those channel members earlier as well. Shout out. Alright, let's come together. Yes, just gonna dump this inventory. We'll make a drive down to just completely fill up my inventory with concrete. We should be able to fill it quite quickly. Oh my god, well, how did that even happen? I don't know how that happens. Oh my god, yeah, there's... Oh, actually, yeah, there's 12,000 here. Okay, we'll use that then first. You're right. Thought maybe it was just a tiny amount or something I missed, but it's a fairly decent amount. I'll need my biofuel. Why did the devs call it the MAM? Yeah, the Molecular Analysis Machine. Alright, here we are. Oh yeah, might have to go to the doctor for my throat. I'm always complaining about being sick here, it feels like. I'm normally like never ever sick, but my throat is really hurting. Been happening for a few weeks now. Hope it's not the old C word, because that's where your mind immediately goes and anything happens when you're 30. And it doesn't go away after a couple weeks. It's like, well, you should just put an X subscribe message on the stream. Why? Would you prefer that? Would everyone prefer that? If it had how many people subscribed this particular stream? Or would you prefer seeing the name come up? Most people who are subscribing probably aren't even in the stream, to be fair. They're just subscribing from videos and things. That's why I don't have a noise go off with that one. If you're a member, it stays up longer and it plays a noise. But for just a subscriber, it's just a kind of a passive thing that pops up. First time hopping into the stream. I wonder how many hours you got in this game. About 240 on this particular save and over 1,000 in general. Oh, didn't line up with that side though. Oh well. Probably have enough stators now to make that extra power as well. I should really do that because it takes a while to fill it up. But I think I needed more wire that I don't have with me up here. You're trying to build this yourself, but trying to fit it onto your existing road network is a headache. I haven't actually added my roads, my, grassy field roads to this place yet, so for that reason, it seems like it would be a headache. Because it's just this area here is just such a large cliff, you'd kind of have to go out and around, I feel like, almost, or just have really big ramps and things. But I don't think I need to do that. I'm not sure how many roads are going to connect between biomes. The idea is to connect trains between biomes. Because, yeah, you have to ask yourself, what's the reason for that? Are you ever going to transport things between those areas? Probably not. I don't know if you do, it should be on train, so you might not need to do that, really. I know it's kind of like nice and convenient for yourself to kind of drive to the two areas, though. But what I've often been doing is just packing up the Explorer into my inventory and then just riding the power lines between areas and then just deploying the Explorer again if I need it. Or just building a second one up here now that I've got so many more crystal oscillators. Alright, place is almost encased in darkness. My home base is just around the... Oh, okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense. No, we might not need roads. We might need trains. Does he have a train quote, Doc Brown from Back to the Future 3? Probably said something about trains. Where we're going, we don't need rails. Which is true, right? It just flew in the train as well. Alright. It's down the center line of 2 foundations. Trying to think where the first lights have to go. So let me just queue up having a few of these. Oh, I guess we need to change them in the Blueprint Designer just to change their color first. These ones, the clean lights. And we're going to need a lot. I'll just put down 50 for now. Copper sheets. The concrete we get back from the concrete holes we make anyway. The 250 crystal oscillators, 600 industrial beams, and 1,000 copper sheets. Okay. And, ooh, we're just about done. I can't build that though yet. Also, should have left the Blueprint Designer there thinking about it. Because I need to, I'll probably need to edit that one. And I show my base for one sec? I don't know, I have a base. I just have lots of factories. So, cable, modular frame, and steel. Gonna need that as well. Modular frames. I knew I forgot something. Oh, industrial encased beams. 26 in there, 222. I might be quite low on them actually. Consume a lot of them in the parts factory. Yeah. Oh, there's 200 there. That'll keep us going for a little bit. Right. Okay, so let's open up this light in the designer. By the way, any of the blueprints or save file, all of that stuff is all available, by the way, for free. Just go to whatdarrenplays.com. It's in the description. And you can download it all. You can see everything in my world. You can go around it if you want. You can play from it if you want. And all the blueprints are also there to be downloaded and used at your discretion as well. So have at it. But if you see any you like, just know that you can get it yourself. Flipping through the wall there a little bit, but I think it's okay. Right, so cosmetics, clean ceiling light. So the reason I'm editing this is I just want to make a red-ish color with it. So sorry, it's this one. A little hard to I tell you what, we should really build one and then change the color so I know what it looks like when it's actually being placed in there, but it's going to be something like that. Yeah, so we'll just leave that there for a moment. And we'll just go down here, place one in, see what it kind of looks like. Started in the desert this time, Quartz. Where in a cave took me 3 days to find. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. It's, oh yeah, sure, we don't have the map right now, but it's like up there. But yeah, if you... That's funny though that you couldn't find it. Yeah, could you not just scan and see that it was like... You know, you can obviously go to where it is on the map. Oh, I suppose you couldn't find the way in. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Right, so there'll be a light, 2 tiles, and then it's 2 more tiles, and then it's these 2, I think. So these 2 are the ones where the lights are going to go. So that'll be it sideways, which I think is probably what I'll do. That's a bad way of doing it. But hop through here for a sec. Alright, so blueprint, ceiling light. And they're going to be in pretty much at every junction. We'll have rows of lights like that. That's the idea. So every 2 foundations, is it? It's every 2.5, isn't it? I guess I can't even that out then. At least not properly. That's okay though, I don't really mind. We'll just put them every 2 foundations or something. But yeah, what I wanted to actually change and check with it was just what does it look like when it's red. I think its emission strength needs to go up as well because it's set to 2, not 3. It's quite high up, so it's quite faint. I think that still gives a nice cool look to the place. I think that red is totally fine. But we'll be on walkways here, so the idea will be something like this. Let me just raise this to show you the general look and feel. I don't know what I need. Do I have what I need for the walkways? No. I just don't. It's over there. I just don't have it with me right now. Alright, we'll just commit to it. I'll do 1 row, and we'll see how we get on from there. So yeah, that just means I gotta go over to the blueprint designer. I should have built it on the ceiling and just put that color in. And that'll be it. How do you decide what to make a factory for? I finished my space elevator using only spaghetti and a small steel beam factory. I want to try a bigger one, but what do I produce? Well, something that you think you'll need a lot of, I guess. It's hard to like guess forward plan like that, but I was just looking like, what am I going to do next after this? I make 20 rubber and 20 plastic right now per minute. It's quite a tiny amount. So I'm probably going to do a full-blown plastic and rubber refinery. And maybe I'll just evenly split the amount that we make between the 2. So there are 4 oil nodes out this way. I think I'll just use all 4 to make things with. Mostly plastic, mostly rubber. Maybe I'll leave one deposit for something else in the future, but yeah. I don't know. I kind of just guess that way. If you want to be like really particular about it, you can look exactly like what you'll need for each space elevator part and then try to work backwards how many you'd need, like what you need in terms of components, and then you generally have to judge like what's a rate per minute that would be sufficient to produce what I need in a normal time frame. Because the thing is, I've talked about this before. Right now I need 2,500 versatile framework, right? So, sorry, wrong button. I need 2,500 versatile framework. And it's like, okay, steel and steel beams and modular frames. I could just, I make 20 steel per minute or something, and I make 7 modular frames per minute. So again, these are tiny numbers. But I could have left that in the background, making these for a long time in one machine. I mean, I've been playing 200 hours, right? I could have left it for like 100 hours. That would have made 5 per minute. So 60 minutes times 100 is obviously 6,000 minutes. 6,000 minutes times 5. I would have made 30,000 versatile frameworks had I just set up one machine 100 hours ago when I had it unlocked. So, you know, while I was doing all these other things, I would have had enough by now. Probably forever, actually. Because the amount needed for the next tiers, it probably could have just fed them in. And that's something I've been debating and talked about before, which is, if you know exactly what you need in the game, which you can do, you can look up everything you need, you can probably work out a per minute rate which is quite sufficient to do everything. It's like you could spend 100 hours building out the infrastructure to make versatile frameworks at 20 per minute or something, right? Just as an example, right? Maybe modular engine, something a bit more complicated. Like, oh, I'm going to spend 100 hours really getting everything I need, all the sub-factories that are going to make their things that feed into this one. And it's like, well, I could have maybe just built one machine that made them at a much lower rate, and maybe it would have worked out at the same amount of time. You know, it's like, well, it took me 100 hours to build this factory, but maybe I could have just left a machine running for 100 hours. That's something I've struggled with for a while now, thinking, when I've started thinking in that line of thought, I'm like, am I wasting my time building big when the time it takes to build big could just be otherwise spent running less machines for longer? But that's not as fun. You don't want to literally put something down and walk away from it. So there's obviously an optimal middle ground somewhere along the line there of a per minute rate that's sufficient. I don't think building to the absolute max every time is the solution. You should probably settle on a rate that's just kind of what you need to get the job done. In my experience, anyway. Right. At the end of the day, you're supposed to be having fun while you're building too. I use the 4 oils for rubber and plastic and petroleum coke. Should I just restart a map and build more organized from scratch? Yeah, I don't think you should ever restart the map, because you can always just delete things and save the materials and just keep going. You know, I know it's weird to do that, and it's always fun starting fresh. Don't get me wrong, but I honestly think you could just power down your factories, relocate to a different part of the map if you don't want to delete things, and just continue from there. So that way you don't have to reset your progression. And then, you know, if you have more time, or if you want to use Satisfactory Calculator, you can then mass delete things you've built, and it'll leave a little container in its place if you wanted to do that, and that way you'll always have like the materials. But I do understand the need or the desire to go like, I'm just gonna start from scratch and do it all again, and this time there'll be no mistakes. I think, as someone who's never beat the game, I've only restarted once, as someone who's never beat the game, I think you should just keep going until you at least beat the game. Right, so the annoying thing with this is the only way to build these is to... Gotta put a roof on them first. I can get rid of that after the fact. Did I go up by... Oh, yeah. Right, so should be able to build quite a few of them now. I'm surprised it says it's clipping, because normally in the other factories I built them onto the ceiling, it doesn't say that. It says like there's nothing above. Anyway. Is it red by default? Yeah. Oh, it's still only emission strength 2 though. Sorry, I need to just change that one last thing to emission strength 3. Found out that is, you have everything to the correct ratios. Your life would be so much better in this game. I kind of sort of understand, I think, what you're saying, but that's a tough one to read, man. There we go. The holes are not in the wrong place. There's no correct place. I just said I was going to do a gap of 2 between each one. They're not above the junctions, because they can't be. They have to be 2.5 foundations apart. I'm not going to put down half foundations. I just can't be bothered. So it's just every 2 foundations. That's where they are. So 1, 2. 1, 2. There. 1, 2. There. So that's the way it's going to go. All the banging of pipes is that we can hear. Alright, that's what we got. Wait for this autosave. Hey, Numbizzle, aka James. How am I doing? Says Brooksy. I'm good. Thank you. Did you have a good trip away for Easter? I did, yeah. It was nice. Good little recharge. Only a couple days. 3 nights in total. So yeah, it was nice seeing family. My brother just had a baby. So I just became an uncle. About 8 weeks ago. So she's brand new. And yeah, it's just nice, you know, seeing the little baby. The first kind of new generation, I guess, in our family, if you know what I mean. Like the first of like any of the kids and cousins our ages that have had a baby so far. And yeah, my brother asked me to be the godfather, so it's just kind of nice little family stuff going on. Our family's really small. There's not many of us. Like, literally about like 10 people in our family, like including extended family. So it was nice seeing everybody. And it was my mom's birthday as well, so it's good to be home. Yeah, it's alright. Not as cool as I thought it would be, but when we get the railing down, I think it'll look even better. We could do a bit of that now just to see what that would look like. Catwalk. LEDs. So I'll just get what I need for that. So crystal oscillators, iron rods, and iron plates. The mum and dad coping all right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, my brother's doing great. He seems like a very good dad. Like, she was like crying for just a minute, and the grandparents picked the baby up and is still crying, and then my brother picked her up and she just like went quiet like immediately. So he seems to have gotten it down. What's it like having 300 people watch you live? I didn't even know there was 300 people like there. I don't know. Doesn't really feel like 300. It feels like there's just like 10 people in the chat just hanging out with me, you know? That's the way I like it. I mean, when you have all your machines producing the correct... Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, Co-Marine. That's the way to have things, yeah. When you run things at 100% efficiency, yes. Super. That's what the game's all about. Alright, so that's almost exactly how many we need. Quartz crystal and iron rods. Iron rods, please. Quartz crystal. We brought some in the car, didn't we? Nope. Did I leave some here? A tiny bit there. I could do just a little bit. I have a load back at base. Or where the hub is. Oh, there's some here. Nice. Alright, cool. That's good enough. Let's go. How often do I stream? I don't actually have a set schedule at the moment. The idea is to stream every Monday though, just once a week. I put out 3 videos a week, 2 City Skylines, 1 Satisfactory, and 1 stream on the Mondays. That's the idea, but streams are unreliable at the moment for scheduling. And there's a couple new games coming out. I'll be starting some new series, so streams won't be reliable then either, so I just do it when I have time. It's usually at the moment I stream Satisfactory in between the videos. So like I'll do a video doing this entire factory, and then I do a stream kind of answering questions about it, running around and doing some of the cosmetics and stuff. Oh, we never looked at the hard drive. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. Alright, we have rubber concrete speed wiring. Ooh, I actually make high-speed connectors. Might be kind of fun. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. I don't really need bio coal, and I'm not ever going to mix rubber to get more concrete. So sure. Alright, cool. Let's just see... The idea was to have a little catwalk. Gonna be kind of in the way of it for a second. blueprint-wise, this is not going to work. My blueprints are not working anymore. I think it's because these are blueprinted. So now it can't latch onto this. Yeah, I'll have to just do it manually. That sucks. Oh, I won't be able to do it manually. Dear. This works anywhere else. I think it's just not working right now because of the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Question is, though, is it the right way around? No. Okay, so the arrow needs to be on the right side. Okay, just good to know. Come on, game. Where are you? There we are. Right. Keep doing that all the way down. Alright, cool. Oops, that was a lag spike. The reflection off those lights that's causing that to appear here. Seems like it. I like this walkway. Yeah, me too. All right, let's just keep doing our lights so we can go further out with them. So number 2. Never really tried doing colored lighting before. I normally just have it be a sort of a warm color or white. So, bit of an experiment. See if it can kind of look nice. Although I did do a little bit of colored lighting in the copper Caterium factory, actually. Alright, let's put down as many as we can. I'll do the rest on my own, but it's just to kind of get one walkway done and see what it kind of looks like with the lights and everything. Might have been better just to use the regular in-game lights, because these are so high up that I think the global illumination doesn't really give the full effect that I was hoping for. Yeah, it's a bit strange. Like, we're baked in red, but it's alright. Not, like, terrible. It's just a bit basic, I think. Anyways, sorry, I missed a lot of chat there. How do you turn off the hood? You press P, which brings you into photo mode. And then you can see on the bottom left it says toggle UI, middle mouse button. And then you can zoom in and out. Did you see any of the new Godzilla movie? No, me and Rosie were just deciding actually what we should go see next. And we were just looking today, literally, that came up, so might go see it. Damn, there was a Godzilla thing I was told to watch that's supposed to be really great, though. It's called, like, Godzilla 1 or something. I can't remember. It's relatively new. But yeah, anyway. Haven't seen it. Our cinema that's near us runs, like, old films, so I actually saw Interstellar recently. Again, and saw No Country for Old Men, which is awesome. Never seen it before, and that was like an amazing film, I thought. What else were we thinking of seeing? Furiosa, I guess, later in the month. I'm sort of skeptical about that. Like, I loved Mad Max Fury Road, but something about this just feels like it doesn't quite look as good. And I think she's like super cool character, and I really like Anya Taylor-Joy, but there's just something about it, the way it's like being filmed. I'm like, this doesn't seem like it's by the same people, but apparently it is. It's like it's cheaper or something looking. Anyways, that's just my opinion. But there's one other film. Oh yeah, that Civil War film. That looks kind of cool. What's the GOAT of movies? My favorite movie ever is The Departed. Interstellar would probably be up there as well. Godzilla -1, is it? Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. I've just heard it's supposed to be great. I'd like to really see that. I unlocked everything in the ticket shop. I've been scrolling to the bottom of all categories, and I only see the resources and not already purchased. But I'll check there again. The ticket shop unlocks things as you unlock things as you go through the game, so it's not static. You'll find things in there that you get after you research. Oh yeah, sorry, someone said that. Yeah. What are D-box seats? The theater I go to is called the Everyman. It's like a UK chain of theaters, but it's like a smaller chain. And the screens aren't very good, to be honest. It's just kind of a normal, it's like a normal screen. It's not like IMAX or anything. But they serve cocktails and they bring food to your chair, and you've got like a big sofa and stuff. Like, I love it. I'll never go to a film again. I don't care how good the screen is. Unless it has that. I'm not going. I've become an Everyman snob. But yeah, they're cool cinemas though, because they do run those throwback films and they just show different things all the time. We saw The Mummy right after we saw The Whale, which is just super cool. I don't know, it was really fun to go just see that and see these like older films. They're running Back to the Future like next week, but I know that film so well, speaking of Back to the Future actually earlier, that I don't really feel like I need to see it in the theater. Am I a fan of horror movies? No, not really. I'm not like against them or anything, but my girlfriend Rosie wouldn't really be a fan of them, I don't think. So by proxy, we just never end up seeing them together. Me and Rosie have been together like 12 years, so we're just sort of like, you know, we do everything together in that regard. So because of that, no. In my own time, if I didn't have a partner, I would probably never even watch films or TV. I would just play games all the time. So most of my film experiences relate to like what she wants to see, and I'm thankful she's interested in a lot of stuff I am, right? She likes Interstellar and Mad Max and stuff like that, like action films, sci-fi films as well. I'm just trying to think what next to do, by the way, because we've done one row. We kind of see how it looks. Do I have what I need for it? Yeah. The next thing I kind of wanted to do is just build out a little bit of walkways between these areas here. I need to build more lights, but I need a lot more encased industrial beams if I want to do that. And it is questionable whether or not I should just go for traditional lights in this place, which would be where they're in organization, right? So ceiling lights. I have the quick wire that would be needed, so you just have lines of them like that. But something about it's just not as nice, I feel like. It's also super nice having no wires. Oh yeah, the generators are really quiet now, aren't they? It's like silently running. Oh, sorry. Someone wanted me to go through like fluid dynamics again. Do people still want me to do that, or will I leave it? That person's not here anymore. Don't want to waste other people's time or anything. I could quickly kind of go through what was talked about in the video in terms of yeah, how fluids work and how to get your things running at 100% basically. Finally catching a stream. Hey, Lumberjack. Is there an option to turn off the God rays? Someone told me there's a console command to turn off the God rays. But that was actually something I didn't like with the standard lights. Yeah, so there's some sort of console command, like I can't remember what it is. You just type it down here. So you press the grave key or the tilde, depending on your keyboard layout, next to the number 1. And that you can get into your console that way. And then you can just type whatever the command is. I just can't remember what it is. To get red carpet now. Yeah, kind of. These aligned, yeah. Actually thinking about it, I suppose that should be the same type of walkway the whole way down, right? So should probably just blueprint this out. Sorry about that. You mean how there's like a little bit stuck at the bottom in pipes that never gets used? Well, it depends on what the problem is. Yeah, that's a classic problem for a lot of people, is that 600 liquid on a pipe gets, you know, gets stuck or whatever. I'm using, like, so basically we have 1200 oil in this place. So that's 2 pipes of 600 that I have working at 100%. They're working totally fine. And then we have all these turbo fuel generators that are using roughly, I think it's only like 140 turbo fuel per pipe. Really not that much. But they were wondering like how to get that to work without the machines going on and off a lot. Which is basically explained in the video, which is to say that you just need to fill the machines first before you turn them on. Really as simple as that. Same for the oil. You can get 600 in a pipe, no problem. 600 water on a pipe can be a bit trickier, depending how you feed it into things. But I've done that as well in my coal power plant. Just fine. But yeah, that could be a bit of an issue. I'll need to build a wall here. Yeah, to be honest, the explanations and stuff would take a bit too long, I suppose, to be very granular about it. Hang on, actually, that's a bit messy. Let's just do this. Put down a wall here. Now, the idea was that out this side would be like white lights or, you know, normal color. It's just red down each line of turbo fuel. And should the walkway... We could make the catwalk lights different color as well, maybe. I think for this section, though, red is still good. It could be yellow, though, actually. It could look nice next to those... No, yeah, red's fine. Will you ever do a modded playthrough? Maybe after 1.0 comes out. I don't like the idea of doing a modded playthrough now where all the mods could break and you don't know who's going to update what. But yeah, I'm not against mods. I'd like to beat the game first, generally speaking, before I start adding mods that add content onto it. That lined up. Seems correct. Oh yeah, my music's gone off, it seems. I'll have to look it up. I like the actual roof lights, I just don't want the god rays. That was exactly my feeling too. But yes, that's why someone commented on the video saying like, oh, this console command gets rid of them. I'd have to look up the comment. Pool.lightshaft. Pool.light.lightshaft count 0. I wonder would it look good letting some natural light in from the roof as well, like some ceiling, maybe in between the machines or something. We could have even just a little skylight like that. Or even a line of them. Yeah, I guess it would have to be 2. Let me just test that out for a sec. I don't know if it needs to be every 2. I feel like this could go on a bit longer. That might ruin the effect. I don't know. I'll do it in a minute. Get rid of all this. Should have used a different material. It's hard to see where it begins and ends. Alright. Giant concrete roof. Ready for another building to go on top, really, if we wanted to. A whole different factory. Why not? Why the hell not? Why shouldn't I? Alright, what do we got? So we didn't have any roof, we didn't have any walls, now we have this. This sort of Beano looking thing. Black and red with some red lights on the inside. Don't have any pillars yet for support. Need to add a few additional towers to get up and down on the various corners of the buildings. That's kind of the idea. To chop down that tree. Or just put a bomb on it on the top, and that way none of the bottom ones will get destroyed. And then inside, so we're going to be walking around walkways pretty much in the entire place. That's what it looks like during the day, at least. Yeah, I guess we'll just stick to it. Alright, this has to go here. Don't know how many more of these I can do. What is it? Clean ceiling like 34. I could probably do another row. Then I'm out of industrial beams. Now just to see, is it possible to do this? No. Need to have our anchor in there. When you play with global illumination, the beams a light still appear like Darren said in one of the videos. Doesn't need it with that option on. Sorry. What are you missing, Ferdawoon, by the way? What are you looking for in the tickets that you're missing? I missed what you're actually looking for. I can see that you said that you booted up the game. All milestones are missing one soul for research. Only floodlights for tickets, not the square ones you have there. Oh, is it in? So it's in organization. You don't have these ones? The label signs? This is in the Quartz research, I believe. But yeah, the things I'm using, they're billboards. 2 billboards. They're definitely in the Awesome Sync thing. In the Awesome Shop. And then there's square versions of that. Trying to get the horizontal lights like you have. That's not the regular ceiling light. Yeah, I got science portraits, but not the horizontal ones you have on your roof. So this one, right? This, I don't know what you mean by horizontal. Like these ones, right? They're wide. That's a small, it is a small billboard. I've just flattened it up against the, or sorry, it's a large billboard. It's just flattened. And then there's a glass panel in front of it. But if you, and yeah, you think you don't have that? You definitely unlock it in one of these things. Pretty sure it's the, yeah, see here the way it says new shop products. Silica, it might be like there. If you go to the Satisfactory wiki, it tells you where you unlock everything actually. How do you flatten the billboard? Skill. Just pure skill. I'll show you in a sec. Someone actually asked about that today as well, to do with the Quartz Factory lights that are flattened against the roof. But the short answer is beams. I'll show you how to do that though in a sec. That's what I was saying. I don't know what you mean by horizontal because there's no direction. It's the same thing. I've just angled it a certain way. Yeah, so I'll just go over to the blueprint designer now and I can load the blueprint up and show you how you would normally do that. But yeah, if you're ever wondering with certain things, you can always load my blueprints and then you can always see the components that are used in them, you know? That can help you find the things you think you may be missing or what you need for something, because you can load them before you even lock them. So if we go to cosmetics, ceiling lights. This is a standard ceiling light. So the question is, like, how'd you do this? If we're to break it down to its bare components, it's very simply 2 foundations and a billboard, the large billboard. So how do we get a billboard to aim down like that? Well, you'll have something like this, and you'll grab a painted beam or a standard beam, but usually a painted beam. You'll angle it against the foundation like so. Alright, let's just say we bring it out there. And then we get rid of that. And now we can latch onto that one, bring it forward. Now if we get a sign of some sort, it'll just snap onto the beam and be facing down. Or it'll be facing sideways. And another tip is, you just bring this in a certain direction, but you can rotate it by scrolling. Now we can get an angled light, you know, if we wanted a kind of light aiming down a bit. And you can get really creative with it if you get a beam and you switch the build mode of the beam. So this is now diagonal mode. And then so it'll actually still try to lock onto the grid somewhat, but then there's freeform mode, which is just like, yeah, whatever, man. So you could have a beam that just goes from there to there. You could do this and rotate, you know, or whatever. And then from there, you could actually build off of that if you want to get crazy. And then when you're done, just get rid of the things you don't want, and you've got suddenly, you know, angled signs and beams and whatever else, you know. I think another thing I did for the lights specifically to get it so in line with the where it is, for that I used modern railing. So you get a catwalk T-crossing. Yeah, with the railing just facing wherever, it doesn't matter. Railing doesn't conform to the grid, so you can move things on it. So let's say I just had a small sign. The way it can just freely move. Normally it'd be snapping or moving on the grid somewhere. But this has like freeform movement on the vertical axis. And because of that, you can basically move things just slightly off of where they would normally be. Like a beam. So the beam is no longer on the grid anymore. It's on its own thing. And now I've got a beam that's just slightly above, you know, a piece of concrete. So we can actually walk over it. If I was to put a beam down normally, well, actually, that works anyway, but you could get this where it's like a millimeter off of it, you know, just trying to show you a quick example here. But in my, I don't know if I have what I need, but if I clear this now, we load a different blueprint, architecture. I don't have what I need. We'll go over to the Quartz Factory anyway, because I kind of have to, and I'll show you just a couple examples of where I use that trick to get some very small lights basically embedded in the foundation, and then a little beam that goes across the ground that's basically embedded in the floor, so it looks like it's part of the windows, but you just walk straight over it without any bumps or anything. So it's all about things like that. Sorry, can I try what I'm over there said? Let's see what I'm over there. If you hold control, you can place a sign flat on the ground. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, dude. That's a much easier way of doing that then. Fuck me, I guess. But yeah, that's a good trick anyway, just for things with beams. But yeah, I guess I didn't know that signs just immediately conform to things like that. That's great. You can just rotate them then. I feel like I knew that for the ground, but for some reason never thought to do that on the top. Never thought about that. Because it's right against it as well, which is perfect. Yeah, it's perfect, man. I would have saved some time if I known that before. Good tip. Thank you. And shout out to Gizmo for highlighting it. Does it work with billboards? I would assume so. Let's see. Yes. Yes, it does. Can I build... Actually, I can build one right now, just for fun. We could, You see people do this in their really creative builds. You could have an entire floor like this. And, What could we do? Just paste onto it? Maybe paste on what we have up here? And then it would just look like a red hot floor. In fact, can we make it even redder? Oh, get that underfloor lighting going. Oh my god. I think we got it. Hell yeah, definitely gonna do that. Look at that. I mean, it looks kind of crazy there, but it's pretty cool as you're walking down. Damn. Yeah, it looks good. And it shines up on the roof as well. Wow, that's cool. The floor is lava, yeah. That's all. That's really cool. I'll have to do some more experimentation with lighting from below in future factories. That's quite a cool look to things. God bless global illumination. I'd love to do that down by water extractors or something as well, and have it be lit like blue from the bottom or something. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy, but that's oh, that looks so cool. That's sick. It's making me want to change the top to be like purple or something, or not purple, like blue, and have the underfloor just be that red that's coming up from the top, the bottom. Do you see what that looks like just really quickly? I'd have to redo some. I mean, we could just delete and put them back in. It doesn't cost anything. Let me just get this and change it to maybe that color. Yeah, so I'm gonna be a bit annoying here, but we're gonna try have an entire lane, blue lights on top, red on the bottom, and I'll max out some more of those billboards down below. We'll do it pretty quick. Let me take a second. Just have to hop back over to the blueprint designer one more time. Yeah, because I think the contrast of that blue reflection is going to be really cool. The ground light around the water pump make it look like those fluorescent algae places? Yeah, indeed. Exactly, yeah. I wonder, does it shine up through water much? Paste melting blue. Alright, try and make it quick. We just have to spam these lights in, and then I'll run along the floor, and we'll put in the red billboards. I'm annoyed I don't get the cosmetics done for videos, because I feel like it'd be such a good selling point in like the thumbnails and even the intros and stuff, just to keep people hooked. Like, it's gonna look like this. If you could just stick around, we'll get there after an hour. Oh yeah. Right, so that. Start from down here. I don't know how many of these I can really put down, but I'll put down as many as I can. Oh. Sorry. I'm being an old man with my keyboard. Wanted to make sure it was aiming out the right way. No, yeah, sorry. I had it portrait mode. That'll probably be it, is it? So that's the halfway point on both. And that means we're directly under the thing. I wonder, would it be almost better to go under the machines? Like, so it's more like that. So we're not under the How big is this? This is 2.5 foundations. That's 1. No, it's just 2. Okay. That'll be the point there. Do you think you should go under? Well, I guess let's just put this down like this for a second. For some reason that... There we go. If you want to nudge more finely, by the way, people have told me this many times, you just hold control. So when I'm sorry, I can't stand on this. When I'm normally nudging, it's going, you can see there's a tiny gap. It's leaving a tiny gap. But if you hold control and then click in, it's still actually leaving a gap now. I don't know how it's done that. It's supposed to be anchoring right off of this. There we go. Yeah, so anyway. Right, we can wait for that just to pop in for a sec and paste. Ah, so we said we'd go with the more bold red. Almost looks orange. It's definitely red, right? Yep. Basically, that's the effect we would have. It does mean we can see where it sort of ends. I don't know if that's really a problem or not, though. And does it need to be like this massive billboard? Could it just be the small? I could maybe, you know, play around with those things, but the idea is certainly there. It does look good. It's a bit awkward, I guess, placing it directly under the machine like this. It's so annoying the way it does that. That we're just like slightly somehow off. I don't know how it would do that. You have to nudge it over until, so it can't even go any further. Damn it. If I just looked right at the corner. I just need to find whatever the rule is that this thing is obeying by. Can't move it any further. Goddamn. How annoying is that it's not the same? Anyway, try putting the small ones under the pipe. See how they look. I don't think we need anything under the pipe, personally speaking, but could try if people want me to. Alright, got it. That's so annoying. I don't understand what the difference is. I'm trying to look at the same spot. It's like I just have to kind of guess it. Yeah, it's not right. I need like an even finer nudging. Not rotated or something. No, it wouldn't be like that. What about if I look at that bar? Nope. Okay, so corner doesn't work. Maybe just like in a little bit from the corner. Okay. In a little bit from the corner. Let's try that again. No. Not easy because then the machine itself is kind of in the way. But yeah, as you can see, that's super tedious. I'll probably have to do that myself, or just make a blueprint with a few of these in a row. That would probably be the thing to do. And that would make life a lot easier. But yeah, we just brighten that up, brighten that one up. That's cool. I do think, yeah, maybe it should just be under the thing like it was before, and that way it does kind of light both for free. And that would be a lot less hassle. Sorry to be so picky about this. Just trying to feel out a good way to make it look good. They have a 0.25 meter spacing points, yeah. Yeah, but I just find it strange that I'm latching onto it and still, like, even for itself, it's like misaligned with itself, you know? It's like, that's weird. Alright, so that's in the center now. God, it's so dark in here. That's lined up with the center points. That's lined up with that. Alright, and certainly this is much easier now just to line it up in the center every time, right? So that's, I think just for the sake of having, the ease of just even being able to place them down like that, it's probably worth it. We have our green line telling us that we're aligned. Got an autosave coming in, sorry. Yeah, I guess lesson if you're doing this yourself, put down these before you put down the catwalks and the pipes. It would probably make life a lot easier. What do you use for making plans and blueprints for factories? I just use pen and paper when I'm working out the numbers. I use Photoshop when I'm trying to build a sort of a general layout. And I use something called Milanote, which helps me organize the numbers and the logic into a readable format. But I don't use anything that calculates or builds out things for me. A lot of people use a program called Salt, a website called Salt, that actually has the dimensions of all the machines in it, so you can kind of gauge spacing and stuff there. I've tried to use that before, I just don't find it very good. I think it's very impressive that they've done something, but I guess I don't know how to use it properly. I just use Photoshop. And trial and error. I do trial and error in the game. I have the luxury of that, right? Because I'm doing videos and I have a lot more time in my hands to do that kind of stuff. But if I was just playing the game, like, I probably wouldn't do any trial and error. But like, I'll go into an area, work out the general, what's it called? Like the overall outline of foundations, like just the outer body of like how many. I don't know if you've seen my videos where I'm like, okay, it's gonna be 50 in this direction, and it's gonna be 40 in that direction, and that's because before the video, I've gone into the game and mapped out like how many do I get across before I hit a cliff. How many do I go across before I hit, like, the water or something? So that's because I've worked that out beforehand. It's not like I've gone in for the first time and just been like, yeah, boom, 50 this direction, 40 this direction. This is how it's all going to work. That'd be really, really difficult to do. Anyway, this looks super, super cool. So I'm really happy with that. Shout out. I don't think I really needed the small lights anymore, but I guess they're not harming anyone. The blue on top, I think, does look good. I'll stick with that, too. How do you switch hotbar? You hold Alt and then scroll. Alright, there we go. That looks pretty cool, right? That was a collaborative affair. Thanks, Satisfactory. Have you ever come across Fluxo builds on YouTube? Yeah, we were talking about them earlier. And cause your mouth to remain open. I showed someone else today on the stream that looked incredible. That I feel like nobody knows about this person. And I've actually forgotten their name, but it was in my history. We'll check it just here for a second. I linked them in the chat earlier. Pause that music just in case it's copyright. Check this out. So this is Axial_C44, not even 1,000 subscribers. Basically just makes like art in Satisfactory, but it apparently has working factory. Look at that. Look at that. Also, check this out. No fog rays. He must have that turned off, I think. Oh no, there is. You can actually see them. Very subtle though. I guess because it's on low emissions. But yeah, I was looking at this today just thinking like, or yesterday thinking like, oh my god, it looks amazing. And I love the belts running under like the floor here and the way the pipes are feeding in. Is that even belts? I don't even know what that is because it looks like it's moving like. Oh no, it is. Yeah. Yeah, this person's just, look at this. Insane. It's insane. Hey Thomas, I'm good. I'm actually really good. Although my throat is starting to really hurt. I really got to go to a doctor, see what's going on there. But yeah, no, other than that, I'm feeling really good. But yeah, I'll link this video again. I want people to go check it out. Don't just watch it from me. There it is in the chat. We'll just skip around a little bit. Yeah, he builds like little control rooms and stuff, which is super cool. Using beam connectors as like a little chair and little table and stuff. So cute. But yeah, I just want to use maybe, or get inspiration from some of these ideas. I'll never be building circular, it just takes far too long. But certain things, the thing that struck me the most was definitely this build. I know there's some circularness going on in there, But the idea of wrapping like pipes around certain things, I just think that's super cool. And then using these lights again, like give the ambient lighting to the area and make the machine look like it's alive, basically. Bridges transferring tons of material. This is what you people use instead of trucks, I guess, right? And then he has like, yeah, basically like Star Destroyers floating in the air, shooting beams and stuff at things. So impressive. So yeah. But no, shout out to Fluxo as well. Fluxo is amazing. Create In is a great channel as well. He actually kind of walks around his builds and really shows them off. And Stin Archie, also someone that does really great work. One of the impressive things with this and Stin Archie is building into the landscape, which can always look like just so impressive. I don't even know how you did that. I don't know how you did that. What letters are they? He doesn't use mods, as far as I know. I'm 1.0 ready. This is such a super cool look as well. Just the lights and the minimalist sort of layered manufacturers on top of each other. Love it. And just look how it's just like so simple. Just concrete built into the landscape, but just like a little bit of lighting baked in deep into it. Just makes it look so much more it's not flat, right? It's like gives it texture, I guess. Yeah, and then things at different angles, which isn't easy because he has to like blend he uses asphalt to kind of cover that up, right? So you come down this way and then you turn and you go down that way. And it's like those are two separate grids, you know? Everything's angular, so but that can make things really tricky. This looks so incredible, by the way. Honestly, before I saw this, I'm trying to do something similar for the train line without it costing too much material, because obviously you just want to be able to slam it down. But I want something like that where trains are going to be running on concrete rails, basically, or concrete platforms with the rails on top. But I want that kind of sort of spoke effect coming off the sides if I can manage it. Because before I used steel in my old playthrough, use the steel bridges and stuff, but now I want to use kind of like concrete. But yeah, shout out. Looks amazing. Looks amazing. But hey, you know what? I'm pretty happy with this. This looks cool too. Not as cool as that, but pretty cool. Excuse me. To answer the question about mods, we keep getting questions, the same question. I don't mind, but to answer that question again, I'll use mods maybe after 1.0. I'll probably only ever use mods when I beat the game. I might use quality of life mods after 1.0 comes out because I won't be worried about them being broken as much. Although I'm sure with 1.0 there'll be frequent bug fixes and patches, short hot fixes. So, you know, a couple months out from 1.0, maybe then I'll start using some mods. But in terms of content mods, probably not until I beat the game. Then I'll use Satisfactory Plus or things that add new machines and new materials. Materials and stuff is stuff I'd love to have. Make factories look nicer. Alright, speaking of materials, I'm out. I'm out of encased industrial beams, so I can't build anymore. Rows. Super happy with that though. So we played around for a little while there on what would be a good look. So the look we've decided on, I was initially, this was my initial vision. And then thanks to the help of chat, letting me know that we could put those billboards on the floor, and I decided to kind of change up the colors a bit. We ended up getting this effect, so way better. Now, obviously some of the wires and things have to be moved, but quite happy with that. Quite happy with that. Let's see, is this fact, so early on in the stream, that's what I like to see, man. 100 compacted coal in the end of all these things. Early in the stream, I was saying that these machines weren't quite getting what they needed, but now they definitely are. But that is because I didn't overclock it. I increased the clock speed of the first machine just a little bit. They were all previously at 22.22, 88.88. They're not anymore. Or they are, but this one I changed to be just slightly, or sorry, not, I'm thinking of something before. I greatly increased it, and we're actually backing up because of it. So we're going to put it back down to where it was, and I'm hoping that it was just a very slow manifold, but if I start seeing any of these empty out, I know that the numbers are actually, for some reason, a little too short. Because in my math, we're on the nice edge of the decimal point here. I think it needs to be 22.22, like, 6, you know? And I think because I've cut off one of the decimal points, that it's just slightly under where it needs to be. Like, it needs to be like 88.8888, probably. But we'll see. Is that it? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so it could have just been a very slow manifold, because the machines weren't stopping. It just seemed like they weren't filling, really, either. So I was a bit worried. But now they're all good. So yeah, we'll give it a bit of time and see how that's all shaken out. How's this doing now? It's actually filling, which it should do. Slightly fill over time, because we're technically not consuming all the turbo fuel. There is a fraction left over. So I expect to see it fill very slowly. So how long have I been streaming today? 3 hours 30? Wow, it's draining like crazy right now. Well, maybe I'm wrong, actually, because I was going to say, we started the stream where it had about 240. And it seems to be kind of around that area. We'll see sloshing on the pipes behind us. But as long as it's not going down, that's fine. If it ever went lower than 240, I'd be worried, because it means that we're draining. But we're not, so that's fine. But if you want the place to run autonomously, you don't want to overproduce either. You want to consume that extra little bit somewhere. Right. Yeah, I might call it soon, but we'll just play around a little bit longer. I want to go get some materials and show off some stuff in the Quartz Factory, because I was talking about some of the blueprints down there. Yeah, fluid overflow would be nice. I'd said that before. It'd be nice to get a smart splitter, but for pipes, like a smart junction would be cool. You could choose a direction and also get overflow to work correctly. That'd be... I think when people ask me what would you most want in the game, that was it. Smart junction for fluids. Alright, let's go. This would be like the little entrance in. Basically, one truck enters on the right and one enters on the left. And I need to finish off some of my towers. Don't have the silica. Can I empty out my... Yeah, I need to empty my inventory actually real quick. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, cool. Don't hit my car. No! Oh my god! Stop! Terrifying. You're not supposed to hit anything when they're in hologram mode. Anyway. Hey buddy, what's your plan for the next video? So the next one's probably not going to come out till Tuesday. Week from now. And it'll probably be plastic and rubber refinery. I think. Yeah. Then I need to do a sort of motor factory. Well, not really, actually. We do make motors in the parts factory. And it seems to be made at a pretty good rate. But yeah, basically what I'm working towards now would be the next space elevator parts. So to get the next space elevator parts, we're making... I'll have to have a look when we get up, when I land down here in a second. It's the modular engines, versatile frameworks, and adaptive control units. So I'll probably make a factory where those are made. Probably at low enough rate. Don't think we need to have them going on at like some really high rate. A bit pointless because you only need a finite amount of them in the game. I guess technically you need a finite amount of everything, but extra true for the space elevator parts. So a small enough rate where it just ticks up in the background would be good enough by me. This is the blueprint I was talking about earlier where the lights were just underneath. Now how I did that was using the modern railing trick, but I didn't know you could just do that. That would have saved a lot of time, man. All the time I spent into doing that, probably like an hour of trial and error, getting them to line up where I wanted them. I could have just done it by literally one hotkey, so there you go. But where that trick was useful was putting the beam low enough on the ground that we blended it into these kind of panels or whatever, these windows. That was good. You just kind of, you barely even feel it as you run over it, you know? So I quite like that. So it can still be used for certain things, but it wasn't needed for the lights, I guess. But yeah, anything that's blueprinted here has been available and is available on my website if you want it. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. So go check it out. It's in the description. It's all for free. You don't have to be a channel member. You don't have to be anything. You gotta be a cool person. And there's no ads on the site. Giving it away. But just if you saw something that you thought you might want to use or have a look into how it was made, you can always do that. Holding control. Control. Left control. Now we place the billboards on the floor which are parallel to the catwalks. By doing this, the billboards will not budge into the blueprint of the machines, right? But I want them to be in the blueprint of the machine. Or at least I did. I thought it would look cooler that way. But maybe the lighting effect would still kind of work even if they weren't. But yeah, I kind of did it that way on purpose. I put them widescreen rather than portrait, if you know what I mean. Because I thought like you want to be actually see the glow right under all parts of the fuel generator, not just one side of it. But yeah, maybe it would. I could try it on the other pipeline and just see. Maybe you're right. Might look a bit more natural that way rather than clipping through, because you can see bits of the generators, I guess, clipping through the screens. That's fair enough. I guess I'll have to see. Right. So what was I gonna do down here? I could make it run for the biofuel place. Oh yeah, industrial beams. That's what I wanted. Oh, and I also want to see how that factory's running. I'll head over to the copper Caterium factory just really quickly. It's been running for a while. Just want to make sure everything's going okay. I imagine the containers and stuff are full. Hey, look at this. The trucks are all neatly where they should be. They're not all scattered everywhere. 90% of the time, they're just all over the place. That's great. Love to see it. So, in case industrial beams are all the way down at the end. And there is 4,500 in there. So I'll just steal a few of those. Probably enough. The timers of the trucks are only if the inventory is half full, so that shouldn't really affect anything too badly. Like, I don't think the machines are going to run out. That's only got 120 in it, so that truck must have just made its delivery, actually. Hey, Jad. Is live indeed. For a little while longer. Probably just another 20 minutes. We'll call it a 4-hour stream. I think that'd be a bit more reasonable than some of the really long ones I've done. So we got 2 yellow lights. So what's your problem? If this is supercomputers, it's just disabled, which is fair enough. Yes, that's disabled. And is this one also disabled? Yeah. So I stopped making high-speed connect. Oh, we could turn this back on now, actually. Doesn't cost anything extra. And if I go downstairs, we'll see how much we made. Yeah, people were saying, like, early in the stream, you know, this would be a good location for a transport hub, and that's true. This factory will be destroyed. The only one that will probably ever be torn down, at least for a long time. It was just sort of temporary to make what I needed to build all those generators, because this is producing heavy modular frames for me in the background, 0.8 per minute. You know, it's very low volume. This is making 0.017 per minute, although I did overclock it for a while. So today it's only made 27 computers. Motors, though, is made at a pretty good rate. Supercomputers is turned off at the moment. Oh yeah, supercomputers being off means we could actually make slightly more computers if I wanted to. Might do that. I'll go back upstairs in a sec. But now we're making 1.275 high-speed connectors. We just turned it on. Crystal oscillators. That's bizarre. It's only got 1. Something not right there. That should be running. I'll have to check into why that is. That's full. That's good to see. And stators are leftovers from something else. Yeah, it's building up slowly. What do we make? 0.25 per minute. Alright, let me check on what's going on with the crystal oscillators. Thanks for the inspiration and the blueprints. Enjoy your content. No problem at all. Mega Conqueror. Crystal oscillators. This one, right? Running at 100%. Where are all your oscillators going then, sir? So some of them are going down and into here, right? 57 in there. Oh yeah, I guess it has to fill that up first. That's fine. Let's just backfill it now. And then when it eventually gets completely backed up, the rest of these will just roll into this smart splitter here. It'll just feed back down into the thing. Yeah, I forgot I did that. I reversed the direction of these. Yeah. So when I really needed certain components and I didn't care about feeding the other machines, I had reversed the smart splitters. I don't know if I actually fixed that for over here. Yeah, so computers are made, and they were going to be made into supercomputers, but I've turned that off now. So now computers are just going straight through. And if that ever gets filled, then it gets backfilled out that way, but that would take so long. So 1.7 per minute. Let me just see. By not using this, we don't have to feed it 0.1. Yeah, those computers. None of this is using anything else. That's great. So yeah, we could just we make 0.17. Yeah, it's still really low, obviously. I mean, I can boost it slightly, but eventually it would run out. But that just means downstairs we're making 0.017. We'd be making even less if we tried to make supercomputers now. So the numbers are actually accurate. Yeah. This probably makes no sense to anybody. It doesn't really matter. Long story short, it's low, small amount, but we are passively making those things because they're a little bit complicated, and they just allow me to make generators and a few things that need computers. At this stage, we don't really need that much of that stuff yet. Oh yeah, it said I meant to fix something in the iron factory and I forgot to do that earlier. Just gonna do that now. This one's a weird one and I'm not really sure why it's happening. Sorry, reading chat. Didn't drive very well when I'm effectively on my phone. Alright, here we are. So, my iron factory. Now the problem that's happening is there's a machine up the front in the rotor section that tends to get backed up because screws aren't making their way out fast enough. Don't know why. It's this one. Yeah, we're at 82%. So it's not getting enough. Now I have no idea why this is. So long story short, all of these groups, right? So this group, this one, and this one are built the exact same way. There is no difference. They're clocked the same. I've double checked. But for some reason, these two machines can't get their screws out fast enough. Don't know why. I'm just going to empty that now. Because sometimes what can happen is the machine will power down. The cycle where it's powered down lasts so long that it doesn't produce enough to then feed those machines correctly. I don't think that's what's happening, but it might help a little bit. So I'm just going to manually feed this one once. That's like now backed up on the manifold. Yeah, so that's fine. There's just those two. So it's basically those two are not getting the screws from these two. So you'd think, like, here's how it works. There's a belt of 480 moving across. This block here makes 480. So if you want to have a look, it's 50 per minute. So 5, 10, 15, 20, so that's 200 per minute. They're all running at 100%, but this one's running at 80. That's 200, and then we get 40. So that's, sorry. Yeah, 240. That's 200, and that's 40. So we've got a Mark III belt. Mark III belt going along there, carrying 240. Totally makes sense. Upstairs, same thing. 4 machines running at 100%. And these 2 are getting backfilled again. Is that... See, that's not happening to them. That's the thing that I don't get. Right, anyways, just give me that. Give me that. Alright, so anyway, Mark 3. Mark 3. All the way down. So the 2 Mark 3 belts eventually go to a merger down here. And we get 480 moving across. Because it's 240 up here and 240 down there. Now, just because I need to troubleshoot this, I just gotta double check the rate of all these machines. Because if it's just 100, then it's very strange indeed. Alright, so yeah, that's not the clue. So then, this group, is there a problem with these? These are doing the exact same thing, but they're not getting backed up, and they have the same setup. It's a Mark III belt. Their inventory is not filling up, though. Staying, like, really low. And they go from a Mark III into a Mark III into a merger, which brings a Mark IV belt up and over. Same thing. Exact same thing. It looks like we're consistently moving at 480. But that should never be chugging like that. Well, intermittently it can, but if it did it a lot, then it would be a problem. Can you follow the belt? Yep. Yeah, I'll just follow it now, all the way around. So basically, long story short, the 2 machines at the beginning of the manifold are getting stuck because these ones can't get their stuff out enough. So let's follow and see what's happening then. Alright, so we have our Mark IV belt going along into the... That should be blue actually, but into the red splitters. It's a Mark II belt that feeds into every assembler, right? Because it's 80 per minute. So that's a Mark II. That's a Mark II. And that's a Mark II, okay? So just to make it a bit simpler, 480 flowing along. Mark II feeds in 80, 80, and 80. 816, 24. So that's our 240 is gone. And then here we've got Mark III. So 240 has come off the belt by now, or should have. And then a Mark III is carrying it upstairs. And then the same is happening the other way. The Mark II. Mark II. We can see very little is going through here by the time we get up here. And then Mark II again. That should be 80 should be traveling on that belt per minute. Is there a problem with this maybe somewhere? Could be. Because the other thing is I'm doing the same setup here. These rotor machines are doing the exact same, and they're being fed from a group of screws the exact same. There's no difference. So there must be a belt problem, right? Because there is no difference in terms of the machine count and the clock speeds. The only difference will be that instead of going straight over, it goes up and over and down and in. But it's fed the exact same way. Fed along here. Also fed from a Mark IV into a Mark III going up. You know? And there's rods being fed into both sides. Totally fine. The machines are full of rods. They've got no problem there. It's not like the machines have stalled for some other reason, backing up the screws. Same reason. Maybe there's a belt inside the lift. Yeah, maybe. Let's just redeploy the lift. So let's just see. Is it backing up down here again? We're at 33 and 58. So it is already backing up because it's not doing that here. See, that one's empty. That one's only at 12. They make batches of 20 or something, so anything around 20 is fine. Because that's just what's rolling out. But it should always be rolling out and being fully consumed. Oh, yeah, I think their outputs are all fine. They make rotors. It's not like they're getting full. Look at the hologram of the splitter feeding up. It's latched onto something else. Look at the hologram of the splitter feeding up. Oh. Yeah, I don't think so. That's Mark II. Everything is clocked correctly, I can confirm that. I checked that in between episodes. We checked it just now as well. So this is 80. 80. 80. Like, I know there's no mysticism going on. I'm just saying, like, yeah, just struggling to find out why the belt would get backed up. It's like it's not getting to its machine. So it would be, my first instinct would be like, yeah, it's the belt itself that is having a problem. Mark III coming down. Sorry. That's Mark II. It looks kind of like it's maybe fixed, but it's hard to tell. You won't know until these all make their way out. But it doesn't look like it, actually. They are piling up more and more. Yeah, weird one. Remove the lift and check the splitters first. I can just remove that splitter if you want. I don't care. Anything hidden in there? I don't think so. These were part of a blueprint, so they shouldn't be any different. You know? It was part of a giant blueprint. So the fact that these are working and those aren't, it shouldn't be in the, like, the belts that are tied directly to the machines. If anything, it would be tied to the lifts that are going upstairs if there was something wrong somewhere there. Yeah, I don't see anything there. Can't afford that now. How did that happen? Well, now things are going to get back to us. So we need to flush the machines again anyway to check this is correct. Right, so let me just empty this one out one more time, and then we'll let them see if they are working. So you come to me. Alright, so they're empty again. Empty these ones. We're starting fresh again, kind of, in a way. They should be fine now. Right, so I'll just plant these screws back into each one of these, just to make sure they're all going where they need to go. All full. Okay. Right, so our manifold is completely full again. Now, I guess to get a view, can we get a view of both? Because they're both two groups that are doing the same thing. So if we could see that they're largely showing the same behavior, we know it's working okay. Looks good to me so far. I should fix it once you have the belt spot. You have to empty all the screw. Well, I did that at first. Because that was my initial hypothesis, was that if a machine fills up and it powers down, we'll go get some more then. If a machine fills up and it powers down, it goes on to standby for a few seconds. It doesn't just wait until it's empty and it can, like, because they make batches of 20, it has to go down to at least like 480 before it makes its next batch, because 500 is the stack. So my theory was that, like, the standby time of them going offline was causing it, like, these ones to not get their stuff as much. But I don't think so, because I just don't understand why. And then they would power down, causing these to get backed up. That was what I thought was happening. Bit of a weird chicken and egg thing, but it's like, okay, a rotor machine goes off because it didn't have enough screws. But yeah, why would that couldn't happen though? It only would happen if the screws couldn't get to it, and I just don't understand it. It's like a weird chicken and egg thing. Maybe that's it. But yeah, we'll just leave it for a while now. See, the thing is, it should be the same as this. These were built the same way. They're both using blueprints. It's like that was placed down, and then that was placed down. They've been clocked automatically in the blueprint designer. Same with this. Same with this. The math is the same between, you know, this group. All of its material just goes over to there. Same with this one. This group just goes into there. They were built so that they line up with each other to do that. And they're literally both using the same blueprints. I didn't make any changes. So it's really bizarre that one is getting backed up and the other isn't. Like, I really couldn't understand why that is. Now, I think that only happened when I powered down the factory. And then I powered it back on, and then I noticed that there was yellow lights, because I never noticed that before. That makes me think it was something to do with that. Well, that's no longer getting backed up now, it seems. So that, well, this one seems like it might be. It's only going to barely get to 20 before we throw another batch of 20 on top of itself. So weird. What do you plan your layouts? I plan them on paper. I do some trial and error in the game. I make Photoshop documents to generally get an idea of a rough grid. And I use Milanote, which doesn't do any calculation for you, but it just kind of makes things look nice. So I make like logic diagrams in there. You drag and drop like pictures, and you draw arrows between them. You put in numbers. You don't actually. It doesn't calculate anything. There's no logic functionality in it or anything. We just double check the clock speed of these again. So that's 80 as it should be. 80 and 80. Yeah. It's filling up. It last hit its cycle when we were on 22. Now it's on 37. Ugh. Why, man? And you're emptying out correctly? They're Mark 1 belts. We're making 50 per minute. This is a Mark 3. So it's only 240 on the line. So 240 on the line should not be a problem for a Mark 3 belt. Because it can hold 270. And yet we're seeing it moving at 270 rather than with tiny... it should have bigger gaps than that. It should be 240. Should look like what's going on down here. My save file's out there though, so if anyone wants to troubleshoot that one, wants a problem to solve, try to find out what's going on there. Because that one's a bit of a mystery to me. Why this is working flawlessly and the other one's not, it's just so weird. If they're made using the exact same recipe, doing the exact same thing, it's just carbon copy. So that's why I'm like, yeah, where's the belt where it's going wrong? Like, it must be some sort of belt or a clock. It's either gotta be something's clocked wrong or the belt's wrong. It has to be one of the two, right? Otherwise, we're talking about a fundamental bug in the game, which I don't believe. So it has to be one of the first two. Oh, get out of here with your load balancing. Don't have any issues in any other factory like this. It's a very rare, weird issue. Yeah, you're right. We're just out of biofuel now. To be fair, load balancing this would be pretty easy because if we just fed everything onto that line, then that line would just have to split into two, and then one splitter would feed the three machines. It would actually work out pretty easy, but I like the design of this factory. I think the spacing and everything looks quite nice. As far as I can tell, there's no flickering yellow lights anywhere else. Anyway, I'll pay a little visit to the liquid biofuel factory and then the copper Caterium factory. And then we'll call it a day. I'll come back and just have a quick look to see did it resolve itself, but I'm guessing it won't. I think what caused the problem was plugging it back in, turning it off and turning it back on. Skill issue. That's a weird one. It would be a good one to try and troubleshoot if you're looking for a problem to solve, though. Even if you never tell me. I think that'd be a fun puzzle to figure out. Is it only that one machine that's filling up now? It might be, yeah. We'll come back and look at it a bit later. Won't be around much longer, so just want to go to the Biofuel factory, hit the copper Caterium factory to check something, and then that'll be it. Then we'll come back and just have a quick last look, and then that'll be it. In that case, have you... Yeah. How do you plan your roads and factory layouts and picking locations? Well, I pick the locations first and then I do the roads out to them. And I pick the locations based on proximity to ore, you know? Yeah, I wish I had a more interesting answer, but just very quickly, like if we were to maybe just get rid of vehicles for a second, we wonder why I position factories in certain places, like this one, copper and Caterium. Well, first of all, I started with coal power. There's 4 coal deposits right here, so that's why I built the coal power plant here. I needed water and coal, so that one's obvious. The quartz facility, you know, I needed quartz, I needed water. There's 2 quartz deposits here, there's water here, and I decided that instead of doing silica, because the silica recipe where you mix it with... So you can, you know, there's alternate recipes where you mix quartz, raw quartz with water to get a higher volume of quartz crystal out. And a lot of people at the time were saying build it with silica as well, because the two work hand in hand. But they don't really with that recipe. So I had to look around. There's a quartz deposit like in, it's kind of in some caves and stuff up here, I think, somewhere around there. And there's a lot. And it's next to some limestone. Now silica mixes with limestone to get a higher... Sorry, I should say raw quartz mixes with limestone to get a higher volume of silica. Raw quartz mixes with water to get a higher volume of quartz crystal. So I decided, well, a quartz crystal factory would be perfect here because we're next to water and there's 2 deposits. And the 2 other deposits down here are next to limestone. That's not quite as perfect because the amount of limestone isn't quite sufficient, but it seems to make sense to fully utilize this area and then maybe just bring some limestone over to this one to help it. So that's kind of how I'll be deciding where to do silica. You know, it's like the deposit wherever it's closest to the things that, you know, that it needs, basically. The biofuel factory that I'm in right now, that was just a cool location. There's no need for it. It's not an automated factory. It's stuff we have to drop stuff into manually, so I decided to build it in a cool location, or a location I thought looked unique. The copper Caterium factory is a massive factory we'll be going to after this. Huge. It extends all the way out to about here, and about down to about here. It's kind of an L shape. Or a right angular shape around the coast here. And the reason for that was basically that I decided I was going to collect all the copper I could from grassy fields. That's what all these little places are. And it was just a decision of mine. I was like, okay, I'm going to build a huge copper factory that uses pretty much all the copper in this area. So I decided, and the reason Yeah, so it could have gone in the center of all those places, but then I realized I need a lot of water because I'm going to use the alternate recipe to mix it with water and get an extremely high volume of ingots out. So I'd already built over this entire lake. This lake just wasn't really enough water. This one I thought wouldn't be quite big enough, but it might be. I'd have to squeeze a lot together, but also it's next to other things like there's coal and a few other things up here that I thought would... I'd just leave this alone. And then obviously there's a huge body of water out here. Infinite, really. So I was just like, yeah, that seems to be where it's going to be. So then I needed to work out how to get roads over there. And I don't know, I just built at right angles like until I got there. So I didn't really plan it out. I'm using blueprints. So if I put one down that didn't quite line up correctly, just delete it. You know, it's not a big deal. Mass deletion and mass placement makes it super, super quick. I felt like I was wasting color cartridges a little bit because I had patterns already, but that won't be a problem in the future. Yeah, lastly, modular frames. That was an early factory of mine. It's a low volume modular frame factory because it was early in the game. And I built it where there's a bunch of just pure iron nodes. All I needed was iron, so I just built it on top of iron nodes. Steel, I built it next to where there's coal and iron. So yeah, that's kind of how it's, you know, I think it's fairly basic. You just put things where they kind of make the most sense based on what's nearby. Yeah, but I suppose if you're building like a massive factory, you could just also look for where's a big open area or something that's really big and flat. Yeah. So we'll turn this place on. Bonk. And I'll just dump in that and that. That's not actually going anywhere. Is that because we're totally full? Oh yeah. There we go. More biofuel for the making. So, yeah, so the wood is just completely backed up right now. That's fine. Because the refinery's backed up. Everything's backed up. Got more biofuel than we can handle. But what it looked like to me is maybe we're low on canisters, are we? No, canisters are still coming across. So why is this not full then? Dunno. Should be full now though. Or it will fill now. There is 89 canisters left. The ore is turned off right now. I could turn on the ore and feed this place more and make some more canisters. Still making some though. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that. That's the last thing to do. I miss your wife. I'm not married. Are you considering using aerial drones once you get to the later stages? Yeah, I've never used them before really, other than just like playing around. But my theory on how to use them, or when I should use them, is that trucks are for local distribution. Trains are for high volume, long haul distribution. And drones are for hazardous or very awkward to get to places. So there are certain places that are like sulfur mines up on like little spire cliffs really high up, and you could obviously just build something up there, floating up there. But I feel like for uranium, I'll be using drones to distribute it somewhere because it's hazardous, and for waste, I'll be using drones to get rid of it. Now, I haven't built nuclear before, so it's just a theory, but that's probably what I'll use drones for, things like that. Or remote distribution of, imagine you have a truck station, somewhere far off, and it needs to get fuel, and it just doesn't have a local fuel delivery. Well, a drone could just, fly over, drop in 100 coal or whatever it needs on the regular, and I feel like that would help a lot too. Where am I? Why am I here? Oh yeah. That should keep the canisters going. Is or will this save be available on your site? Yeah, I'll upload it right after the stream, or soon after, soon enough. Definitely by tomorrow it'll be there. But yeah, this save before the stream is up, yeah, already. But after the stream will be up, I'll update it. It's still working away? It is. Good. Yeah, that's just doing its thing now in the background. Nice. Leave it on. Why not? See, the way this factory works, if you haven't seen it before, basically you just come in here and anything that's like an organic material, you just drop it into here. It gets sorted on the floor below into whether it be like wood or leaves, things like that. I don't know why I can't think of other things. But then the animal remains get sorted on this side into biomass. And then all the biomass effectively rolls around and makes its way over here to get made into solid biofuel. So it goes into solid biofuel, goes into that container, and that mixes with water in the refinery. It's just one refinery to get made into liquid biofuel. Liquid biofuel then makes its way down along the pipeline into a packager that turns it into packaged liquid biofuel. Pretty much purely for the jetpack is pretty much what I use it for. Although I've made so much of it that I've started to use it for my own personal, Explorer. I wouldn't power normal vehicles with it just because it is kind of finite. But you could get a lot of use out of one stack of 100. Now down here, this is an overflow container. In case I throw something in that box that wasn't supposed to go into it, it'll just get sorted and go into there. And if I put in flowers, it'll get made into color cartridges here and be sent upstairs. So yeah, that's basically what this place does. Quite simple. The flower, I'll probably change it because the cartridges thing is going to be made redundant. Instead of flowers, that'll take slugs. And I'll just put out power shards instead. So that'll fit perfectly there. So yeah. You can't farm animals. You can kill them and I guess you can farm them like manually, but you can't automate it if you know what I mean. But if you kill animals, yeah, you can get their remains. And some people actually don't use it for fuel or anything. They'll use it for tickets. You can turn them into DNA points. And the DNA points now go into the awesome sink. And they generate tickets. Tickets can be used for your milestones. Not your traditional milestones, but they can be used to unlock certain small cosmetic things typically. Or they can be used for these big statues that you get. There's like 3 in the game, I think. There could be like, 1,000 tickets to get like the best statue. Just as like an achievement almost, So I guess that's why people use them, or what people use them for. But because they're not automated, I'd rather just turn them into fuel, to be honest. You could just automate regular goods, feed them in. I think DNA points are a bit of a waste. Early game, they're great. You can get a lot of stuff unlocked early game with DNA points just by killing some animals. But once you're in the mid game, I kind of feel like you're rarely killing animals at that point. And when you do, you might as well just dump it in a box and get fuel out of it. Like, I think that's better, but, each to their own. Each to their own, I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. You do get a lot from the wood that you have. You do get a lot of fuel. I don't know if I'll ever need 3 or 4 containers that are just completely full of fuel, to be honest. So that's a great point. I mean, do I need to be throwing remains in there if I'm basically maxed out for fuel anyway? Probably not. What the hell's going on here? Uh-oh. That's not right. Oh, is that just a visual glitch? Yeah, it is. There's ore on the belt, but visually we don't see it. That freaked me out there for a second. It shouldn't have made any sense. The belts are split evenly between them, so wouldn't have made any sense. See, I just wanted to check something over at the kind of tail end of this site, and I'll show you where the trains are I'm planning on putting the train station. I haven't hooked up the hypertube system yet. I need to do that. So many things to do in this place still. So yeah, things are backing up. So there's no awesome sinks here, keeping everything running, so things just fill up. But yeah, I built a makeshift, just little area where I have 3 truck stations. That's going to be removed in the future. It's going to all leave this place by rail. The volume is just too high for trucks. We're talking like 7,000 quick wire per minute or something, It's like trucks couldn't handle it. But yeah, this is where the train's going to be. So the train's going to be at this height across the entire world. And if I can avoid having anything that brings it up or down, I will. So only a few select places might have it where it has to go up. Generally, it's going to go around. Yep, this will be a giant, long train station. Multiple rails. I think I haven't worked it out yet, but there's probably going to be 6 for the different types of things this place makes. And yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. I have to work it all out, how it's going to get fed around the map. But this place is making roughly about 13,000 copper ingots per minute. And that's being fashioned into all sorts of different things like cable, quick wire, copper sheeting, AI limiters, all that good stuff. And then there's something like 8,000 that I just haven't assigned yet, so they don't even know what I'm doing with 8,000 ingots. So there'll be an ingot line on the train sending those ingots to other factories that need them. But yeah, ideally when we set up the train station, then I'll have all the awesome things built in, and this place can actually run permanently rather than have to be partially powered down and also be stopping. The other thing I'm waiting for with the factory is Mark 5 belts, and then once it's Mark 5, all the machines can be turned on, because currently only half of them can. Alright, that's basically it. I just wanted to check, I'll just show off where that's going to be. And then obviously downstairs is where we have all the water extractors. I love that. 6 rails or 6 stations? Both? Something like that, yeah? That should be, I think it's both. It'll be a quick wire one, a wire, AI limiter, copper sheet, that's 4. Cable, ingots, that's 6. Don't think the place makes anything else. So 6 stations, which will each have their own rail line. Oh, well, the rails will all combine onto one line. Or 2 lines, a double line. But coming out of the station, or going into it rather, there's going to be 6, if you know what I mean. So 6 stations. Yeah, it's dark because I didn't have all the materials for lights yet. So only recently I've started producing crystal oscillators. So I'll be able to light the place up a bit more. And Quartz Crystal Factory as well. So I started doing little bits, but I just didn't quite have enough. So it's getting brighter. But yeah, I need to add in more. I just didn't have enough. There's only one room that I would say is actually done in terms of how it's going to look, and it doesn't yet have lights in it, and it's this one here. So this is the one where there is all this stuff on the ground, like that's temporary. This isn't though. The ones that are actually color coded are correct. The ones that are just white panels, they're temporary. This place is like completely color coded, and it has directions and signs letting you know where things are going. It has different color belts based on what it's taking in or sending out. And it's got concrete where it doesn't really matter. But what I need here is just lights going down the center. So this area is actually kind of done now. But yeah, I just need to do that on all the other ones. It just obviously takes quite a long time. The main limiting factor was crystal oscillators for the lights. But I have that now. I actually totally forgot about this truck. I need some more industrial encased beams. I'll have to remember to come back for that. But yeah, I've automated crystal oscillators now, and I've automated quartz crystals. So now it's just a matter of placing them back in. Alright, last thing we're just going to check is that problem still there for the screw machine? And if it is, there ain't nothing I'm doing about it. We're just going to leave it, but I'm just curious. Thank you. Yeah, I like the factory a lot. Inside, anyway. Outside, I think it's pretty bad. A lot of mine are. Like, it looks fine. But I can't help but look at those other YouTubers who do insane things and go, oh my god. All I can do is build rectangles. I'm not very good with, even if you gave me all these creative tools, I just wouldn't really be able to do it. Like the quarter pipes and stuff like that. I'm not built that way. Architecturally. Inside I can spend a lot more time on making things look good, but outside I can never really think of good shapes for buildings and stuff, so I just kind of build rectangles. I'm after driving by the factory I was supposed to go to. Whoops. Sorry, let's go back. Do I co-op? No. I only do one video a week. I'm not a lot of people know me here for Satisfactory, but I do play other games on my channel. I play City Skylines. I was playing Anno 1800 before as well. Stellaris before that. I am a variety channel, but for now I'm Satisfactory and City Skylines. But when Frostpunk and Manderlords come out, those will be new games I'll be playing on the channel. That's why I only do one video per week with this, because I know that at least I'll keep that consistent, relatively speaking. Whereas if I did 2 or 3 videos per week or something, or tried to, then eventually if I wanted to bring in a new series, I just wouldn't, something would fall behind, basically. Right, so screw machines. But no, long story short, no time for co-op, no time for any of that stuff. Too busy doing all the other games and things. Got confused with my own layout. Sorry, I thought I had to go downstairs. I actually have to go upstairs from here. Alright, let's see if these are at 100. Whoa, there's no floor here. Alright, we're at 100%, but look, we're almost out of screws. It's running fucking low. Damn it. Ah, yeah, I'm really have to gonna figure that one out. It's very frustrating. Something, I might have to just redo those 2 groups of machines, because it's just, there's something wrong with it, and I don't know what it is. Can't think what it could possibly be. You're getting backed up. You've got 294 in you. So much. But just make it all Mark IV. Doesn't need to be, but it shouldn't harm it, right? And the same with feeding it all the way around. Because if the rates of the machines are correct, and they are, it seems to be a volume getting out of the machine problem. So if that's the issue, then it's like, well, okay, we'll give it the best belt we have and see if it can just figure itself out. But see, Crispy, this one here, this line here right behind, it's the exact same, and there's no problem there. The exact same. In fact, that was built with a blueprint called Stacked Constructors 8, and so is this. And somehow, and it's going into the same thing. So there's a blueprint here called 6 rotors, and this one 6 rotors. They're all clocked the exact same. They have the exact same situation. And they were using this one's actually using the Mark III belts that we had before. And then it goes into a Mark IV to go across. So that's why I'm like, I don't understand what's going on there, like how that could possibly be messed up. The fact that it's blueprinted really just has me freaking out about how it could not do it. Why not always use your best belts? I always use Mark Vs no matter what. Well, volume of material, I guess. So I had only just unlocked Mark IV belts when I built this place. So I didn't have unlimited encased industrial beams. So I suppose it's a case of like using only what you need. But also, it's nice to have full belts rather than to have like gaps on them sometimes. Earlier machines fill up at the same time. There's not enough for the speed for the excess material for a few seconds, and it builds up. I don't really understand that, because that's what my theory was, that the machine would fill up, it would go into standby, and then it's not producing enough. But I don't understand how it can't get out in time. Why can it not get out in time here, but it can over there? No one's been, you know, and my save is available, so I'd love for people to figure that one out and tell me in maybe Discord or something. Tell me later. They're all being filled the exact same way. Mark II belts branching off a splitter. And they're all clocked the same. It almost looks like there's some disappear. The volume seems really high going in and then not as high coming back out. So I'll tell you what, I'll just fill this manually now. You're totally full. And I'd have to leave it for a little while and see, does this number start to diminish again? Because that's what happened before. The only change we've made now this time is faster belts. Also that glitch, which I really don't like. Look at right here. Okay, just look at that in a second. I'm gonna move away, but keep your eye trained on that part of the belt. Do you see it? The flickering. Can't unsee it. Yes, this is the Iron Factory, yeah. This is the Iron Factory, and there's 5 groups of screw machines. In fact, I could show you the logic map for this factory. So when I do these videos, for those who haven't seen them, I give out all the planning documents and stuff. So this is the planning document for this one. There it is. Right, so this might be a better visualization of running around than running around, I mean. So the important thing is 480 iron ingots is coming up on a belt. That's been broken into 240, 240, then 120, 120. So we have a row here of 9 machines. Is it? Oh, no, sorry, 10. A row of 10 machines, with the last 2 being underclocked to 80%. Yeah, so these ones are underclocked to 80. These are all running at 100. And as you can see, they're the same, right? So we've got 3 in a row. One, this row, and this row are all putting out 480 each into the same layout of assemblers making rotors. And they're also underclocked to 80 at the end. So, to go back to the game really quickly. It's not the game. Where is the game? There it is. Go back to the game really quickly. My whole point is, you know, the 10 machines you're seeing, there's 8, right? So if we look at that, that's 8 machines, and then there's the other 2, right? So that's 10. And that's repeated here, here, and here. And they're laid out the exact same, because they're blueprinted. And they're feeding across, directly across from them, into the rotors that are there, there, and there. But for some reason, screws are only getting backed up on this blueprint for some reason. They're getting backed up there and not over here. And I can't work out why. The rates of the machines are the same. I've double checked that. So that's not the problem. The consumption versus production is the exact same. So that's the only point of confusion I have, which is like, oh, there must be something wrong on a belt somewhere, or that, I mean, that's the only thing that could possibly be left wrong, because all the clock speed is the correct for everything else. But they don't have any of that problem where they're getting backed up and stuff. If we look down here, there's 12 in that one, 3 in that one, nothing in that one, 15 in that one. You know, they're emptying out, and they're built the same way. Mark III belts, flowing along. Mark III belt coming down from the top, going into a merger, which becomes a Mark IV, because it's 240 plus 240 makes 480. Now these belts could handle 270, but the machines are doing 240. And that's why we have a nice, clean 480 belt just moving perfect. And it should be the same for the ingots, in theory as well. We have just 480 smoothly coming in. That's why it's nice to use the max belt speed that you can, rather than just the best that you have. If you're loading serially, the chaos can create disparities in the loading of equal lines. I've never had that before. Check the belt that's in the middle for speed. I don't know what you mean, but that one's the middle there. Conveyor Mark IV. Here's the thing. If it was a Mark III, we would see it clearly like having problems. It's not that clear where the problem lies. That's why it's a very difficult one to diagnose. Normally, when you've got a belt that's too slow somewhere, like if we had a hidden belt in between these machines, which we shouldn't, it's a blueprint. That should be the same as the others behind me. But if we did, let's just say we did, we clearly see like a real visual gap or visual hitching. That's consistent. We don't see that. Not the tiny gap that just happened there. Obviously, taking something off of a 480 belt will cause gaps. You'd be seeing it much more, like, kind of like that, to be honest. That's just because they're all full now. That might have fixed it now, going up to 480. Maybe there was just something up with, for some reason, like that person was saying, like, just the way the machines are putting stuff out on that line wasn't working for some reason. Don't know why. Is this definitely 100%? It's like it's doing it more than it should or something. I just don't get it. It's still backing up. I have to keep draining them. How weird. I almost think I'll probably just replace the whole thing because there's something wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the second to last one just keeps filling up. And it just doesn't happen to these. Definitely 80% on this. That's definitely 80%. And the one downstairs is 80, right? Yeah. Just to make sure these are supposed to be 80. None of them's 100, are they? Not that it would make any sense, but it would, yeah, it would have to be lower than 100 actually. Makes sense. The only one that's not a blueprint? Yeah, well, it is a blueprint, but it's not fully a blueprint anymore because I've just added new belts, and the same for over there. The only parts of it that aren't a blueprint are the parts that I'm trying to troubleshoot what's gone wrong. Remember, we've just rebuilt that part, which is why it's not part of the blueprint anymore. But it was initially. That's why. So you can see, like, it had a color. Now, you know, the colors have changed because I've just put down these bits fresh, trying to figure out what's wrong. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. I don't know. If you think you know, you can always join my Discord and let me know in there. Download the save and see for yourself if you can figure it out. I'll play around a little bit. It's a tiny inconsistency, but obviously I'd like to know what it is, or what's wrong. Because everything else seems to be working totally fine. They're all using the same style, the same blueprints. Their screws are coming out fine. So if something is not coming out of a machine at the correct rate, there's two reasons. Or, yeah, there's really only two reasons. One, either your belt speed is not good enough and it's getting backed up, right? Because it's trying to put out 500, but your belt speed's only 480. So it'll eventually fill up the machines. That's one reason. The other reason is that the source it's going into is not consuming it at the rate it's supposed to be taking it in. So it's like, okay, the machines are maybe supposed to consume 480, but maybe their output is full. Therefore, they're not running. But they are running at 100%. And that's why I'm like really out of ideas with it, where it's like the things that would be the normal obvious answers here aren't seemingly the problem. You know, we're not backfilled with rotors, and our belt speed is more than good enough to carry this stuff over. Furthermore, it can't be a little broken belt or something because it's being blueprinted. And the others are working fine. So quite the mystery. We're troubleshooting. Well, we're not. Yeah, we're troubleshooting a little bit, but I'm actually wrapping up the stream here. That's it really for today. So I'll tell you what. We'll just very quickly save it. Episode 19, Turbo Fuel stream, and I'm just gonna activate no clip and just fly over to the power plant again, so we can have a look at what we did there. Did you replace the short belt between the machine and the merger? Did I replace a short belt between the machine and the merger? These are the mergers. These are all Mark II belts. Oh, sorry. No, they're Mark 1, yeah. Because they put out 50. So they're all Mark 1. All the way down. As they are, you know, with this one, which is obviously fine. Mark 1. All the way down. And then it goes on to a Mark 3. I've now upgraded on this side to go onto a Mark 4 just to see if we can flush it out any quicker, but it ain't happening. Yeah, so I don't know. Check another assembler's percentage. I've checked them all twice now in the stream, right? So 80%, they're all 80%. I could check these ones in case people think these are actually operating faster or something, that's why. They're all 80 as well. They're blueprinted. They are the same. They have to be the same. They were blueprinted. So there should be... If I had a problem here and there was a problem in the other two, then I'd be like, oh yeah. It's the clock speed, you know, but it's not. They're all at 80. Yeah, it's really weird. I never normally jump to this conclusion. It's the last thing I ever exhaust, but I almost think there's some bug. Well, the faster belt thing, you could, you know, say that if you want, that's fine. But the reality is the machines that are working are actually using a Mark III belt. I've put down a Mark IV here and it's still not working. So there's just something, it's like the consumption, it's almost like just the consumption of these isn't accurate. But I don't know why that would be. Anyway, we could talk for days about it. I don't know. But again, that's that'd be a good one for like the Reddit or something to try and solve. It's like, here's like a collective community problem. Why is this not working right? And is it a bug or did I make a mistake? And of course I've 90% leaned towards like, it's obviously a user error somewhere. But man, it's a very, very tricky one to solve because I can't see where it is. And just the fact that I've duplicated it with blueprints and we don't have a bug, it's like, okay, or we don't have the same problem, it's like, okay. So yeah, today on the stream, part of what we did was do some of the cosmetics for this build. Put a roof on it, we colored, put some walls on it, colored it, added our windows. Not done, but we also then added some walkways and underfloor lighting. So this is what we're left with. So I'm not going to use the red ceiling lights, I'm going to use the blue ones, but we'll use the red underfloor lighting. Someone suggested moving those over so that they're just under the walkway rather than under the machines. So for instance, we'll just see what that looks like right now because I've already saved it. They suggested doing it this way instead so that it's not clipping through the machines. Now I knew it was clipping the machines, I just didn't think it was really an issue. I thought maybe we wouldn't actually see the cool lighting effect if we tucked it away like that. Maybe we do. Or maybe it's good enough, you know, like this. Yeah, you know what? I think they're right. I think they're right. Now, we still see it, obviously, on the approach and stuff, but it's not clipping through anything this way. So, maybe that's better. So what would you prefer? So, we have a harsh edge of the lighting here. Or we have that, where it's still going to be a harsh edge further into the machine, but we have these things sticking through. Actually, I didn't even need to ask. That person was right. It does look better. Also, it uses less material. Less billboard is needed. That's kind of a nice benefit. I don't know why I'm doing this, because this isn't going to be saved. I'm after flying. I don't keep the game on when I've done my cheats. Wouldn't be fair. Just on the guide-based nature of the playthrough. If I had a normal modded playthrough or something, I wouldn't care about flying around. Oh my god. Oh, weird. Can't nudge that direction. It's so annoying. My hand is like right in the way of what I want to see. And the green line is just appearing no matter what. So that's not a help at all. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, I think I got it now. Yeah, much easier there. It just depends if that pipe's in the way or not. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, there's another blueprint, or billboard here already. What is this? Oh, another billboard. This wasn't turned on. Almost done. We'll just see what this looks like then. No, it just keeps going. I have the material for it. Alright, let's just leave it there. One thing with these, though, means I can't slide under my pipes anymore, which is a little tedious, but whatever. I suppose you don't have to do that very often. Yeah, I'm going to try and make use of underfloor lighting a lot more in future factories. I think it looks so good. The light machines from below. Alright, there we go. Bit of effort, but there we go. That's what we're left with. Hey, Legod. Kind of counterintuitive, but it is what it is. Rare problem. Very rare if it's happening right next to the other ones that are the same. But yeah, that sucks. Been enjoying your series a lot. Learned a lot about shortcuts and better ways of planning factories thanks to you. Just wanted to say thank you. Hey, thank you, Pablo. Never fight reality, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, super happy with this. This place is going to be super sick by the time we're done with it. So each row is going to have kind of lighting like that underneath. Might do something with the lights in between. And then, I think that's autosave. But yeah, so then walkways and separate room, probably sort of a separate room feel for the assemblers over there and the turbo fuel. I'll get working on that in between episodes as well. Yeah, it's very Doom vibes for sure. Alright guys, that's going to have to be it for today. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with me. Because I was just away. So, because I was away over the weekend, I just couldn't prepare a video for you. Another one. So, won't be another video for Satisfactory till Tuesday, at least. And I think it's going to be plastic and rubber facility, so that'll be fun. And I'll work... I might have another stream in between then, maybe. It kind of depends on my throat. My throat's like killing me. Don't know what's going on. It feels like my throat is bruised, so it's a strange feeling. It's not like I'm sick or something. And it's been like that for a few weeks. But I think, like, sitting here streaming and talking for a while, I'm like, oh man, it really quite hurts now. It might just be like a muscle strain thing that I can't let repair because I keep doing videos and stuff. Hopefully it's just that. But anyways, yeah, I'd like to stream again and just keep going and do more with this factory, so might come back and do a little bit more with it. Maybe if I make a few more blueprints and figure out some designs, then we can actually like just do a stream where we implement them instead of me running back and forth getting materials and figuring things out. But yeah, that's really going to be it for today. The game is on sale right now. Oh, I highly recommend it. So does everyone on Steam. It's overwhelmingly positive, so you don't need me to tell you. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back with Satisfactory, like I said. I'm aiming for Tuesday. City Skylines will be up in another day or two. And look out for the rest of the month. I'm really looking forward to it. But Manor Lords will be coming out into early access. As well as there should be a demo for Frostpunk 2. I am super, super hyped for Frostpunk 2. We were talking about how cynical I am early in the stream. That's one where I'm like a little bit cynical, where I'm like, it can't be that good. But it looks amazing so far, so I'm really looking forward to that. And if you haven't played Frostpunk, I highly recommend it. It goes on sale frequently to be like super, super cheap. I think it's on Game Pass as well, or at least it was. And the new one will be on Game Pass. But also, I have a playthrough for it, 14 episodes of Frostpunk playthrough. That's my favorite playthrough on the channel. It's just a really great run. Like a really tight series, you know, 14 episodes. Really good. So I recommend checking that out if you're looking for something to kind of, what's the word, binge through. If you can get over the first 10 minutes where I'm talking about my patrons at the time and stuff, I was trying to put their names in the game. If you can get past that first 10, 15 minutes, it gets really, really good. Alright, that's going to have to be it for today. Thank you again. Thanks for all the support. Appreciate the channel memberships. I'm at an all-time high at the moment, so I really do appreciate it. And yeah, just thanks for the support in general. Remember, join my Discord if you haven't already, discord.gg/WDP. And if you feel like you have any solutions to the problems we came up against today, let me know in there. I'm always in there. Sorry, Brendan, don't have time to answer that. I already kind of did a little bit. But just trial and error is one of the answers I can give you, basically. But yeah, if I'm on the next stream, I'll try to answer that question again. It's the most frequent question I get is, how do you plan? Alright, that's going to have to be it. Thank you again.